Hello, good morning, good afternoon, traders. How are you today? Hi, team. Hi, Clifton. Thank you very much. Actually, Clifton, as you know, today I'm going to be alone in the room as DVG just going to visit the dentist, and Scott is on his very much well-deserved vacation. So I'm going to be here for you traders, both on the YouTube TEFS guidance room and in the master room as well. So let's see what's happening today. Looks like the guys are just skipping a very red day on the market again, at least the start. Well, thank you. So let's see what's going to happen today, traders. As I mentioned you yesterday, I was so much afraid that this just was a dead cat bounce. And seems like it just came through because yesterday we have seen a really ugly red day on the market, on everything actually, including the Bitcoin. So despite of the reserve news, seems like everything is just going to the south. But what happened? Why everything is just bleeding out so much? Well, the answer is easy. It's tariffs, traders. Trade war is getting really hot here. And even after Trump's news that, I mentioned you that he's going to surprise the markets. And for example, okay, that he's going to impose the tariffs to Canada, Mexico and China, but he's going to lower it or something like that. So it was uncertainty. Also, as you could see, the market was afraid of the news, and the news were not better than expected. That's why we just seen a big drop on the market. And today, of course, there is a continuation, and the continuation includes a reiteration of the countries. China, Mexico, and Canada, they just imposed, of course, tariffs to US goods. China will impose 25% of tariffs on $107 billion worth of US goods starting Tuesday. What else? Canadian tariffs is on as well. And the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, he just announced on Monday that they will impose a tariff as well. And even China announced they will impose up to 15% of tariffs of certain US goods starting the 10th of March. And I just read some news that even Mexico is going to do the same. So this is the answer to Trump's tariffs. Lots of retaliation indeed. Hi, Miguel. Good morning to you. Tara, good afternoon. Dor, nice to see you. Raspi, hola, ¿cómo estás? Thank you. Yes, Dor, I just get your email. Very good. And the good news that I'm going to start recording educational videos this week and next week. So it's going to be up soon on our YouTube, TEF's YouTube channel. Okay, traders. So back to the market. As you can see in the pre-market already, the SPY is down close to yesterday's lowest point, to this $580 level. You know what I mentioned yesterday, that I'm still expecting the market to bleed down until the 200 EMA. The SPY is on the verge. Indeed, not a good news today. And I must tell you that we are not expecting any big events either. If I'm just checking the economic calendar, I see for today, which is the 4th of March, not too much indeed at all. Economic optimism, but this is tentative, and there is one FOMC member speaker, FOMC member Williams. She is going to speak at 2:20 p.m. US time, so this is still far away. So there is nothing which just could stop this bleeding. Even the Bitcoin is lower indeed, because also the first reaction of this reserve news, what Trump just planned with the Bitcoin and the crypto, indeed, that was a positive one. But yesterday, again, the Bitcoin just moved down 9% to 85,000, and an extra 3% down today. The reason why, despite of this initial excitement over Trump's announcement, Unfortunately, smaller, riskier tokens triggered backlash, erasing much of the rally, and some industry experts argue that adding unproven assets alongside the Bitcoin undermines its value, like the Bitcoin's value, and seems like it's working because even the Bitcoin is just seeing a nice pullback again. So traders, so far, please let me know if I'm wrong, but this whole big green day of Friday seems like just a dead cat bounce. Of course, to make it valid, we need to see the SPY to break this 579 and even the pre-market lows, which is actually 578 and 99. And on the triple Q, where NVDA made the biggest bleed indeed, and the semicons is the same. Looks like that it needs to break 490 and even actually 492 indeed to see a pullback and to touch the 200 EMA. In my opinion, again, what I'm going to tell you, usually 200 EMA is acting like a quite of a magnet for the price. So if it's so close, I just cannot imagine without continuation or without touching it before a reversal, like a remarkable reversal on the market. Might I'm not right. This is just my opinion, my experience. Let's see what's happening. Also, there is no doubt but that all of the three major indices of the US, it's red, including the Dow Jones, S&P 500, and even the triple Q. Level 2, good morning to you, Brian. Nice to see you. All right, traders, so this is how we are starting our day with a really, really ugly move to the downside. All of the stock exchanges move down. Not only the US stock exchanges, triple Q is down 0.41%, and the SPY is down 0.48%. As I mentioned you on some really strong resistance. Let's see if it's going to break it. What else on the news side? If I'm just checking the headlines, everyone is talking about the trade war. Definitely what's going to happen next. Sorry. And even if it would not be enough, there is still a geopolitical tension. As I mentioned you, the meeting between Zelensky and Trump did not go very well during the weekend. And even since then, Europe is a little bit nervous and boosting the weaponizing the European countries still, which just ended with defense sector to rocket yesterday. But today, based on that news, on the tariffs news, that as you know, the next one, Trump is threatening Europe with some serious tariffs. That's why the whole European stock exchanges just went for a dive. So seems like everyone is panicking all over. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. But you know what? Panic is good for day traders because we can short. So let's see what we can short for today. Well, definitely the car industry and automakers, including Tesla. By the way, indeed, because Tesla deliveries, they just made a really ugly drop in China, nearly 50% indeed, not deliveries, sorry, the sales. So EV companies' sales of vehicles made in China dropped nearly 50% in February from the same period of year ago. Overall, Tesla sold more than 30,000 of vehicles, the fewest in more than 2 years. So that's why Tesla is dropping, and I think this is going to be my first candidate on the short list. If you have any candidates on your side, please just let me know. I'm just going to repeat myself today as DVG is by the dentist and Scott is enjoying his very well-deserved holiday. I'm going to be on both rooms, in the YouTube guidance test room as well, and in the test master room with you. So traders, I'm going to do my best to focus on both of the groups and take some great trades. So let's just start my candidates list. list. To the short side, as I mentioned you, my first one is Tesla. And not only Tesla called as one of the problematic automakers in the industry, but even Stellantis, Ford Motor, and General Motors, all of the automakers dropped after the American Automotive Policy Council, a lobbying group that represents all three, issued a statement Monday saying that the Trump administration should exempt from the tariff increase companies that comply with the 2020 United States-Mexico-Canada agreement signed during Trump's first term. GM and Ford slipped 1% and 0.60 respectively, while Stellantis slumped 3.4% traders. So all of the automakers are in a serious problem. I'm going to call now Tesla and GM to the short side. Let's see what else in the moving side. Well, we should not ignore the Bitcoin related stocks. As I mentioned you, even Bitcoin seemed like just a dead cat bounce yesterday, and including Coin. Coin is just diving again, as you can see, 2.12% to the downside. And I just would like to pay attention to the daily chart, because if you just check it, 197 and 70, there is a gap fill. So I assume if this red tape is going to be continued after the opening bell, traders, I'm going to be ready to short the coin as well. But as you know, Bitcoin from 1 minute to another can just jump like $5, $6, $7,000, which is crazy. But we know how volatile it is. I'm going to be cautious with the coin. MSTR is the other big stock which is related to the Bitcoin. MSTR at the moment is down 4% and is just dancing under the 200 EMA, but the lowest point of this consolidation is 233. So let's see whether it can just move lower and continue lower. MSTR, we can just put it on the secondary list. I'm going to put it on the secondary list because, in my opinion, the MSTR, it's a little bit spready and crazy. Let's see how it's going to move. Like yesterday, I don't even have to mention how much it's just moved in one day. Crazy. Okay, the next one is again NVIDIA. NVIDIA was bleeding out like crazy yesterday, as you could see. Some of my traders in the guidance room just made a beautiful short on it, so congrats again for that trade. I completely missed it, unfortunately. And today, after the yesterday 9% to the downside, NVIDIA is still falling another extra 3% down to the $110 levels, traders. And if you just notice the daily chart, it had a quite of a strong support on the 112.50 area. It's just broken now. So that seems like, if we just check the levels from the past, if it's just breaking 110 again, I would say 105 is the next level. So really big drop can happen again if the sellers continue. Seems like no one just found cheap enough to buy the dip kind of level on the market. And again, as I've told you yesterday, I was expecting that. So that was just a dead cat bounce on NVIDIA. I'm going to put it to the short side. But not only NVIDIA is one of the weakest semicon stock, even SMCI just got a dump again. SMCI at the moment, it is down 2.72%. Also, it's trying hard to make a recovery in the pre-market already. Let's see how it's going to move. I'm going to put it definitely on my secondary list. Tesla, we were talking about. Here comes Okta. Okta, the cloud software stock, surging 14% after a strong fourth quarter results, and Okta earned 78% per share. That's nice. Let's see how does Okta looks like. Maybe the first long candidate of today. Yeah, definitely. Okta looks like as a great candidate to the long side for today with the good news. Illumina is here as well. It is a biotech company, ILMN. This is to the downside again. Wow, that's extended. Oh my goodness, it's just touching $80 when it was so low. Let me just check it. $80. Phew. long years ago. $80 again, or last time when Illumina just touched this price level, traders, it was back then 2013. So more than 12 years ago. That's crazy indeed. So this is the level where the Illumina is dancing at the moment. A reason for that, it is on the would ban imports of Illumina China, of course. They just told that they would ban the imports of Illumina gene sequencers in a retaliatory move shortly after Trump administration latest tariffs. So guys, trade war just reached Illumina as well. So I'm just going to call it to the short side. It seems like the bottom is still not here for the Illumina ugly move to the downside. Okay, next one is Best Buy, which edged down 4% concerns about tariffs again, pressured the sentiment. Also, Best Buy just released the earnings too, but seems like it was not good enough in the shadow of the trade war to keep it higher. Now it is on $81 level. 81 itself, it is a very strong resistance or a support as I see. Let's see whether the BBY can just break it through. I'm just going to move it to the short side. Next one, TGT, Target, the big box retailer, rose almost 1% after reporting a fourth quarter earnings and revenue that exceeded estimates. So TGT looks like the second long candidate. Oh, no, not anymore. Look at that. Beautiful pullback and the gap up in the pre-market up to $126 and now it's down to 116. Ugly on TGT, 3% lower, almost on 900K level. And actually, there is a little problem on the daily. I don't know if you see what I see, but there is a big daily gap back from 2023 and November, which it's going to be definitely filled on $113 levels. So actually, I don't like this very volatile move on the TGT in the pre-market, especially the fact that indeed it just got a very good numbers. However, the management warned that the first quarter of 2025 will see meaningful year-over-year profit pressure given tariffs again and ongoing consumer uncertainty. So this TGT, if you let me, I'm just going to move it to my secondary list indeed. Hi, Larissa, nice to see you. I've seen your answer. I'm going to answer you today. It's a very busy day for today, traders, for me. Lots of your fellow traders asked private mentoring from me. So I'm busy, but I'm going to answer you. And of course, private mentoring is still valid. So if you want one, please just let me know. You're welcome. Hi, Anne. Good morning to you. Sad good morning to you as well. Okay, traders, so there are still a lot to go here, not that lot indeed, because we were talking about the automakers already, which are not doing very well in the shadow of the trade war again. And GitLab is the last one on the CNBC list, at least GTLB, which got an earnings again. And GTLB, as you can see, it's down again. The software platform company fell more than 4% after the full year earnings guidance came in below expectations. So looks like that this is again to the short side, and we have a very long short candidates list and barely anything on the long list. Well, I'm just going to put SQQQ to the long list if things are not going to change here. But again, I'm just repeating myself. Looks like traders that this overall market just made a very nice dead cat bounce on Friday, and we do continue this very ugly drop to the downside. So let's just check my gainers and losers list. And if you still have any more candidates on your side, please just let me know. For example, even PRTR, it's pushing lower now. If I'm just checking PRTR, is down 4%. Also seemed like that $8 is going to be a great support for the stock. Not anymore. It's just bouncing down or continues lower. It's just under $80 level, but I'm still going to keep it like a very strong level on the PLTR. Excuse me. So on the PLTR, the pre-market move already quite of extended. It was down to the 78 and 60 levels. As you can see, it's under yesterday's low even. So let's see whether it's going to stretch a bit more to the downside. In my opinion, PLTR, it's a bit extended, but as you can see, the overall market is still having a really, really, really ugly selling pressure. So we need to go with the flow. Hi, Andrew. Thank you. Happy to see you here. Hi, Charlie. Good morning to you. Ali, you too. Davide. Okay, I'm just repeating myself in the meantime, traders, that according to Scott's info, as he is on a very well-deserved holiday and DVG is by the dentist, I'm going to be with you for the whole morning indeed. Maybe DVG is going to get back earlier, but I'm going to trade both with the master room and with the test guidance room as well. So traders, please, if you have any candidates on your list, just let me know. By the way, if I'm just checking my watch list, that's interesting because PepsiCo, Netflix, and Apple, which was one of the weakest yesterday, Apple is red, but barely red, 0.14%, but Baidu is the strongest on my watch list and 2.29% to the upside. Also, the overall Chinese stock exchange that just got to the dive again because of the tariffs, but looks like Baidu is still trying to bounce there. JP Morgan, Kevin, nice, thank you. Let me just check it. Rick, good morning to you. JP Morgan checking financial stocks. I like it. I like it very much indeed. Bit low on the pre-market volume, but I agree if it's going to break this 258 level, that can be a great short. Anyway, the financial stocks, I think, a bit extended and overheated. So I like JP Morgan. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list, okay? Okta, Charlie, yes, I was talking about the Okta, and this is one of our long candidate. At least we have some, okay? So Okta and SQQQ, I just called to the long side, but there is for sure we have more to the short side. So if I'm just checking the gainers and losers list in the meantime, well, not too much on the long side. I would say which it's making a nice, like, reliable name as well for trade. Maybe SE, C Limited, which just got a earnings as well. So C Limited looks like it's making a beautiful move to the upside. I almost forgot. And we had AZN as well on the earnings side. Not AZN, AZO. Yes, AutoZone, which is not good because there is no volume. So let's just leave it alone. Okay, so not too many to the long side, definitely. VIX, UVXY, SQQQ, all of the fear index and the reverse of the indices can go, of course, to the long side, but not too much indeed. To the short side, we have more indeed. Even AFRM is very weak, as I've seen traders. AFRM is down 5.4%, which is ugly. MSTR, NET, NetApp just down a lot as well. And VDA, as I mentioned you, TGT, CVNA is 3.38% to the downside. Ouch. Let me just check CVNA. All of the big names, I mean, tech stocks are down too. Google 0.70, Microsoft 1%, Oracle 1.56%, Amazon 1.66%, Meta 1.66%. Ugly, 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 ugly. Seems like that this bleeding is going to be continued. And guys, I like CVNA. Look at that daily chart. I like it. Also, this can be spready and the volume is not that high, but on the daily, it looks like it's a great continuation on the CVNA. So I'm just going to put it here. Hi, Todd. Good morning to you. All right, traders, I think we have enough candidates for today. Now we just need to find great intraday entries on that stocks. So as you can see, to the long side, we have Okta, SQQQ, SE, short side Tesla, General Motors, GM, Coin, NVDA, ILM, and BBY, GTLB, and on the secondary list, some more indeed. And all of the tech stocks are quite weak, except of Netflix and Apple. So these I'm going to be careful with. My ultimate favorites for today are actually the shorts, including even looks like NVIDIA going to continue lower, maybe even BBY. Let me just check BBY on the daily. Yeah, it looks very good, especially under the pre-market low, volume good. And not even mentioning the Bitcoin stocks. If I'm just checking the Bitcoin now, let me just check it. Bitcoin is down 3.69%, and I assume if it's breaking again this 82,000 level, that can be a move again to this 80 and even lower. So things doesn't look good. Also, again, these are very volatile times, traders in the market, thanks to this lots of news on the tariffs, geopolitical tensions, and today we don't have too many at all big economic events. So I assume we will get a very tough day, but hopefully the market is going to pick a direction. Okta, as we mentioned, I'm going to watch it to the long side, and maybe even SE. Okta and SE. And I don't know about mRNA, because mRNA, I am expecting a bounce at any time, but still did not do it. So this is going to go on my watch list too. And the usual Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, Tesla, and so on. And even maybe PayPal, because for me, PayPal, it's a bit extended to the downside too. So traders, 1 minute to go. Good luck, everyone. Now, master room traders, I'm going to stay with you as in the absence of DVG and Scott. I am going to be here with you for the trading session until 11 a.m. Hopefully, DVG is going to be back a little bit earlier, but as he's by the dentist, I don't think so he can speak too much. Also, he can call great stocks for sure. Okay, guys, and please don't forget if you have any questions for me regarding accounts, depth accounts, challenges, trading related questions, I'm more than happy to help you. Here is my email. So good luck, everyone. Let's stay definitely cautious on that volatile morning, and let's see whether Trump is going to speak again. I have not seen that. Please let me know if you've seen any news about another Trump speech, because as we know, he likes speaking. So let's see. It's Thursday. Oh, yes, of course, it's here again. 9 p.m. market time, President Trump speaks. So I was right. He's going to make a speech at 9 p.m. market time indeed. Okay, so I would say let's be careful about 9 p.m. The market is going to be closed already. All right, so let's see. Of course, I'm not going to check Bitcoin here, but rather let's go for Amazon is very weak. AMD too. Ouch. Doesn't look good. Maybe JP Morgan. I'm going to check it here. If you have anything on the radar, any setup, please just post it as usual. And I'm just going to call great rates hopefully here. So good luck. Take it easy. And let's see whether this big bleeding is going to be continued. Open for business. Taking off my extended session. Okay, I'm wondering whether NVIDIA is going to go lower now. Coin, Bitcoin, big question here too. JP Morgan pulling back a little bit. Nice. SPY triple Q starting with a gap down, obviously. SPY is under 580. Triple Q is close to yesterday's low. SPY is already under yesterday's low. GTRB pulled back a bit. How about coin? Coin is pulling back a little bit too. Okay, Meta weak. And VDA, nice pullback. Also, it doesn't seem like it's going to hold here. Not that nice. Coin pulling lower now. TQQQ down, ILMN. Okay, coin under 200. Yeah, 199.74 around. It sees the low of the day, Kevin. Maybe I would take it there. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Seems like the market continues lower, traders, so be careful. BBY is down, GTRB nice pullback. SMCI is pulling back. And this coin, I agree, this can be a nice short, but only under 199 and 80 in my opinion. Tesla Alamo checking. On the Tesla, as I mentioned you, this was quite of a weak one as well. The SLA. Okay, nice on the Tesla. I like it under 270. Yes, 270. Alamo, 270, not before, but 270 looks like as a good one. And I just missed this coin, Kevin. If you enter, that's great. I'm going to enter coin under 199 and 40 now. 199 and 40. And I'm going to post that in both of the rooms. Okay. So this is going to be my short there. BBY is dropping. Tesla, I agree with Alamo that under, maybe even under 270, 80, but rather under 271 can be a good one. Meta is dropping like a stone. Market too, indeed, as I see. Microsoft, but NVIDIA is pulling back. Might NVIDIA is going to make a difference on this market. Let's see. Apple a little bit hesitating. Meta weak, NVIDIA is strong. SMCI pulling back. Tesla does too. How about the coin is just hovering around? Yeah, that's a big question, guys, whether the market can make a reversal here or not. Okay, TQQQ pulling back too. Watching Octa 2 for a gap and go in the meantime. SPY Triple Q trying to make some green candles here. I still like coin, by the way. Sent, you need TSM to pull back before I go long. One of the strongest stocks this morning. Yeah, let me just check it. TSM. Coin is still making a fight here. Yeah, I see. You're right. Yeah, semicons are not starting that bad, indeed. Coin is pulling back, traders. So let's just watch out on that one. I have not entered yet, but if it's breaking the highs, of course, I'm not going to enter. Apple broke the lows, NVIDIA pushing higher. And I like Okta over 99.55 as well. Okta. Let's see. Stop loss on the Okta. It should be under this $1 around. Okay, it's in. Watch out on the On the coin, I don't think so it's going to enter at all. And the overall market, it's making a hard time to take a nice reversal here. So coin, I'm going to cancel so far. And here comes Octa traders. Here is my first partialing point. Great. I'm taking 75% off. 140. Great. And I'm going to move my stop loss under 98 and 50. Okay, very nice on the Octa. Great. On the Octa trader, stop loss is on the entry, and let's see if it can go higher. Shiraz, I don't know what's happening with the stream. Please, YouTube traders, let me know if you just notice anything different as so far. So traders, Octa is great, and I'm just going to cancel the coin, and looks like a nice bounce is going on the overall market. Thank you, Tara. Raspi, you too. So Shiraz, maybe it's on your side indeed. Sorry. Okay, TSM, no pullback. Set. Okay, Shiraz, I'm going to change it, but I have no time now. All right, guys. So SMCI making a nice move, NVDA does too. Meta, I'm wondering whether it can make, all of the big names are making a quite of a nice move to the upside. Next partial on my Octa is going to be 102 and 30. 102 and 30. Thank you, Shiraz, to let me know, and I'm going to check it for sure with the tech team. And the market started in a surprising move higher. Question for how long it's going to last, right? All right, Octa is getting to my second partialing point. Here we are, beautiful. SE Limited made a nice gap and go too, but I just missed it. Yes, of course, Scott is still around, just he's on a vacation. That's why I am alone today, and DVG is by the dentist. Just for your intention, indeed. But they are going to be back, Scott next week and DVG tomorrow. All right, traders, so let's see whether this pullback is valid to call it like something serious, or this is again a small profit taking on the short side and it's going to be continued. You are welcome, and definitely I'm going to change the stream. It was, by the way, I was just playing around before I started the room, and maybe I made a change, sorry. Okay, guys, so let's see. More greens. AMD is in green, Apple is in green, Google is in green, PepsiCo, SMCI is in green. So it seems like there is a serious pullback on the market, but not serious enough because we need to break the daily high to see a continuation. In this case, I'm going to watch this Google here. Google 168.50 looks like as a great entry. Even Microsoft pulled back nicely. GTLB, strong. Apple is just playing around though. And I'm wondering whether NVDA is cheap enough to get a nice move to the upside over 115. Volume is not bad either. GTMB, I'm just going to change it to AMD. Kevin, Roblox, okay, it's not on my list. I'm just checking it. Traders, second partial I'm just doing on this Octa because seems like it cannot go higher. Also, my hard stop loss is going to be 160 on the Octa. Roblox, nice. It just broke down. I was too slow. Nice breakdown. If you took it, that looks like a great one. And even Meta, it just got a reversal from the VWAP. Coin too. So as I mentioned, this was just a short-lived bounce on the market, and we do continue lower. Let's see. If we do that, I'm going to get definitely TQQQ under the lows, but it's still not the time to call it. So only Octa, it's on my side. It is a nice winner. And let's see whether the market is able to make this reversal here, or we are going to bleed more. Nice call on the Roblox. It was a nice breakdown. And even Meta is moving lower. Roku. Roku looks great too. So it's a intraday or a daily low breakdown, which is not the best. Careful on that one. Okta still looks very good. If you have not taken the second partial yet, I strongly recommend to do it. SMCI back to the VWAP, and look at that, coin is here. So if you still took it, good luck with that. It looks like that's just bleeding a lot. Wow, PayPal still not stopping at all. Hood at the key level, checking. Apple is getting close to the lows as well. Yeah, 44. Traders, I must tell you, everything looks like as a continuation. So I'm going to take TQQQ under 67 and 90 for a scalp. TQQQ under 67 and 90. $88 is going to be my entry there. Let's see if it's going to move lower. Doesn't look good at all. SPY triple Q both on the lows. Coin continues lower too. TQQQ has not entered yet. And in the meantime, I must tell you, Microsoft is amazing. It's just making a bull flag. Yeah, who just broke down? Tara, if you took it, that was a nice breakdown. Okay, so TQQQ has not entered yet. Okta still moves higher. That's good. My hard stop loss on Okta is going to be 180. 180. And Microsoft just broke. It's interesting. Overall market, though, it's fighting on the lows now, lowest point of the day. But I still assume if we are going to break down, that can be a very nasty drop on the market again. Pantera, DBG is by the dentist, and Scott is enjoying his vacation, his holiday, and he's going to be back next week. Right, traders, so Okta is still going. I'm still waiting for the TQQQ if it can break it through. I'm watching NVIDIA as well, whether it can make a reversal together with the SMCI, and AMD is just on the VWAP. So great VWAP reversals all over the place, but I'm not sure that this market can still make it. Big fight, really big fight is going on here. Apple, though, it moved nicely higher. Thank you, Clifton. Right, market decision time. Come on. Breaking the lows or making a reversal? That's a big question here. So I'm still holding only Okta and waiting for the market for decision. If we make that decision, actually, I'm just hesitating between AMD and SMCI and then VDA, but AMD looks very good over 98. It's too late now. So we are moving higher now. So let's go SMCI. 3720. If it can go. But so far the bulls are trying hard this reversal. So over 37.20, I'm going to take a nice scalp on the SMCI, stop loss just before 38. AMD unfortunately made this 98 breakout already, and even NVIDIA is getting back to the highs on the 115 level. Nice, nice, nice. So come on, market. Okta still looks good. So I've made two partial. Stop loss is going to be under 101 now, 101. And my next trade should be SMCI if this market can continue higher. If not, I still like my TQQQ under the lows. Coin is struggling a lot under this VWAP too. Mara is strong as well. Mara. Nice pullback so far on especially on the semicons. My question is still valid whether we can just continue higher from here. Apple, nice. Let me just check the other stocks here. Okta, SE, nice move. GTLB. TSM. Oh, TSM made the VWAP reversal. I just missed it. Seth, I hope you did not miss it. Because this TSM was a beautiful reversal on 178. SPY triple Q still consolidating, no break over the high, neither under the lows. And the overall market is really choppy, but Okta still continues traders. This can be a very nice winner for us. My stop loss is just under 101.90. Nice set. Great entry on the TSM. I'm still waiting for this SMCI. It's just making a nice bull flag here for us. I'm going to enter only over 37.20 if, again, the market can be a winner today. I must tell you, I still doubt that this is going to be a green day for the market, but in these times, anything can happen. Okay. So SMCI I'm waiting for, and even if the market is breaking down, I'm going to get TQQQ under the lows. Okta is still running nicely. SPY is getting really close to the low of the day, which is 576.98. Doesn't look good. My Octa is going to be out. My hard stop loss, it's in 101 and 75 traders on the hard stop loss. And I must tell you that coin looks like as a breakdown too. PayPal on the lows, Microsoft back to the VWAP. Even TQQQ is getting close to the lows. SMCI is still building this bull flag, so no problem here. And despite of SPY breaking the lows, it's just making a green candle. I would say traders, it's not that obvious than yesterday, the drop, but still can happen. So let's be careful. My entry is still valid under the 67.90 on the TQQQ. 88 is going to be my entry. I must tell you, coin looks very tempting too. To take a short under the lows, which is 198. Yep. AMD for a long over 98.15. I like it, Rick. And even I like NVIDIA for a long over the highs. We just need a decision from that market now. It doesn't seem like it's still like, losing. It cannot make a bottom reversal even. Not good. In this case though, I have a great hedging trade on the TQQQ. Microsoft back to the VWAP 2, AMD as well. SMCI has not entered yet. And unfortunately, the Apple just made a beautiful pullback and broke the highs. Now it's breaking the lows. That means traders might we do continue this bleeding with the market. I mentioned you this 200 EMA on the daily. Door, well, I would say that I have an octa long now. Not anymore. It's just broke. Or get my stop loss. So if the market cannot make the bottom reversal here, I'm just going to go with the TQQQ. I don't know why I'm calling it always on a hedging trade. So I'm out of Octa traders. I'm still waiting for this market to make a decision. Or so as a decision is getting closer now because both of the SPY and the triple Q is just hovering around the lows. The SPY just breaking the lows again, as I see. Apple broke. It looks like AMD too. Let's just be careful with that trick. Microsoft, beautiful VWAP touch. But nothing has been decided yet. Nerve-wracking. Come on, market. Also, I like this Microsoft VWAP reversal. If we really find a bottom at all on the market, then this is going to be a long over one or a 385.05. It is a very strong support on the daily. This is the reason why I'm checking it for a long. 385.10 is going to be my entry here. But seems like the market does not stop. Okay, Okta is still pushing higher. Meta is forming a kind of a double bottom here, but the overall market still looks weak. We won't have any big economic news today, traders. Only one FOMC member speaker at 2:20. TQQQ has not entered yet. Overall market is fighting. No clear direction. But I must tell you, it's just hanging on a thread. At the moment, Apple looks weak now. Nvidia is still holding, still. Okta still continues higher, amazing. SPY again on the lows. Oh, come on, market, break or not? This is the question. Google still looks strong, just like Microsoft, in my opinion, but Google is just over 168.10 and not before. Here comes my Microsoft traders. Microsoft stop loss, it's under 138.80. So let's go for a 386.50 would be a great first partial on the Microsoft. Actually 386.30 because there is the 50 EMA. SMCI just slowed down completely. SPY is weaker in the price action than the triple Q in the meantime. Okay, come on, Microsoft. 136.29 is going to be my partialing point. There is the 50 EMA. Okta is amazing. It still continues higher. SMCI is completely stuck. It started so nicely to the upside. Now it's failing completely. Not good. And this coin looks like really wants to break down under this 197.90. Still keep an eye on that. And let me just check the Bitcoin in the meantime. Ooh, big drop on the Bitcoin. Under this 83,500 again. Doesn't look good. Big drop on AMD, big drop on NVIDIA, and I've just entered TQQQ traders. On TQQQ, I would like to see 67 here, 55 for the first partial, 60, that's great, 30 cents already. Nice, I'm just taking my first partial on the TQQQ, and unfortunately a loser on the Microsoft. Shoo. But nice, TQQQ is running nicely. Great partial here. 75% of my share size, I'm going to take it here on TQQQ. 67 and 20. And I'm going to put my stop loss to entry. Unfortunately, Microsoft, it's a loser. So 2 winners, 1 loser, but Okta was a quite of a nice winner. And as it was expected, market is just breaking down. If you took this coin, great trade. Would take a partial here, and definitely I'm going to cancel my SMCI because this does not look good anymore. Broke the pattern here. Okay, So here we are, new lows on the market, traders, and it's just stretching. Ugly, ugly. However, if you're still holding Microsoft, go for it. I did not put my hard stop loss, I'm still in, but I still keep an eye on this Meta. Meta did not break the lows. That's remarkable. Watch out on the TQQQ traders. 90, I'm going to be out. 67.90, I'm going to be out. You see, Todd? Yeah, that's why I had no guts to take this coin trade. It can be so mean. I know what you're talking about. Exactly. Okay, guys, two winners, one loser. So Microsoft is still quite of valid, but the market is not giving that easy than yesterday. This is my feeling there. Also, as Bitcoin is bleeding, you know, Bitcoin and QQQ, it's a bit in a correlation. The overall market still looks weak. So traders, TQQQ hard stop loss 67.90, and I'm just going to put a hard stop loss on Microsoft under this 383, and let's see whether it's going to break it through. So far, still a very weak market. Bleeding is still on, thanks to Bitcoin, thanks to the some of the big tech names too, as NVIDIA looks like is giving up again. Nice move still on the TQQQ. SPY on the lows again, 575, 490, 80 on the triple Q. My second partial is going to be on TQQQ, and we will see a 67 break, trader 67 break. It's getting closer. SPY ready to break the 575 level here. 490 on the triple Q. Now I'm not going to leave my stop loss on 90, but over 67 and 60 is going to be my final stop loss on the TQQQ traders. NVIDIA broke 112. That's crazy. Not nice. SMCI broke the pattern. Sorry. All right, traders, market is just in a clear downtrend. Also, I'm out of TQQQ. Hard stop loss, if you have not used hard stop loss with the Microsoft, it needs to be a hard stop loss under 383, please. And on the TQQQ, I'm out with one partial, but logged in like 30 cents profit on the second part. And let's see whether this market again, what is the plan? Make the break under the lows again or move higher? Still unknown. Must tell you, NVIDIA looks like as a bear flag now, especially if it's breaking this 112, 111.77 was the lowest point here. It's going to break it through. This can be another bleeding. Amgen is strong. Yum is strong. I'm just checking the strong stocks if the market is making really a reversal here. McDonald's is quite strong as well, traders. Baidu still strong. Unilever. But not a great movers. PepsiCo again on the strong side. And Meta, despite I've seen it stronger, now it's just starting to give up as well. Look at that, ugly. Meta under 232. Yeah, looks like market still continues, traders. Ugly. Let me just check the daily. Yeah, 232 on the Meta. Usually I'm not playing this break under the low trades, but I feel like if Meta is going to break that, look at the daily, it's just broke consolidation. That's why I like it. 231.90. I'm going to take this Meta under. If we really break this round number. And of course, if you have anything on the radar, please just let me know. Not an easy market again. Also, it has a great, oh, I missed it. It has a really, really great direction, but still, I feel like it's a little bit hesitant. Yes, Shiraz, definitely. I'm going to ask the help of the guys and they will set it for you and for us. Okay, SPY triple Q again on the lows. Crazy. You just bought Apple, Rick. Good luck. Mara short under the VWAP checking. Yeah, well, you know what? If it's breaking 1350, might it can make a nice move there. Traders on the Meta, I could get it on 88, and I would like to go for a dollar partial only. I don't trust in this market. I feel like it's not bleeding that strongly as yesterday, and especially as Rick just told or wrote, he bought the Apple long here. I don't know whether it's going to make the move or not. Okay, here is the 631 or 629.80 where I planned my stop loss partial. Sorry, guys. Meta, it's a bit spready. I don't know why. Come on. 490 on the triple Q, 574 on the SPY. Spready, spready, spready. I don't like you, Meta. NVIDIA broke the 112, but not completely. Such a slow market, in my opinion. Okay, traders, finally, Meta, 75% off. 75% off on Meta, 630.60 I took it. And I'm going to move my stop loss on the Meta over 630 and 632. Final stop loss on the Meta. And I really hope we are going to see a bigger move now to the downside. 628.20 is going to be my second partial there. And come on, market decision again. Still no complete decision here, in my opinion. So let's go for it. Nice. Come on, Meta. Now my stop loss is just on the entry with the Meta traders, 630.90, 88. 630.88, and let's see whether it can break the 629. That would be great. And Microsoft still has not broken like this 380 to 80. Triple Q still continues lower as I see. SPY just broke the lows. Triple Q 490. Nice. Come on, Meta, break it. I took my partial on the Meta already. Yeah, Rick, it doesn't worse to let it go against you on this weak market. I completely agree. Okta is still getting back to the highs. Amazing. All right, traders, I feel like, you know what? Watch. Okay, I'm out of Meta. Not yet. 631.890. Sorry, not yet. Um, Regarding this market, I feel like, especially if the triple Q is breaking the 490 traders, this is going to be a nasty one. 490 is the 200 EMA on the daily, so we managed to check in with the triple Q. So this can be a really big make or break moment for the tech stocks here. So far 631.40 I'm going to be out. I'm not going to let it run back on my meta trade, and that's it. I'm out. Let's see whether it's going to continue or not, but I feel like that this 490 level can be a very strong level for the overall tech stocks and the tech sector. Let's see whether I'm right with that. Rick, I don't know whether you are still holding this Apple. Now it just made a nice stop loss level under 237.70. And if it's breaking 238.70, that still can be a great move. So traders, nice long so far, or a nice winner so far. There were some longs as well, but not too many, just the Okta, or rather shorts. Let me just check the Tesla. I just forgot it. Not a big Tesla trader anyway. Tesla 265, wow. And look at that, 290 is working, or 490, sorry, 490 is working on the triple Q. Nice pullback. Again, whether this is just a small pullback and we are going to roll over, or finally we see a small profit taking on the short side. Still in, nice, very nice patient trick, well done. All right, traders, I'm still holding this Microsoft slightly. Let's see whether it can go back to this 386 level would be my dream number for the first partial. It goes there. Overall market try to make a bounce, also it's still showing really weak for today. 30 cents stop in Apple, which is not much for a, yeah, definitely not. But you just take your reversal on the right side, I guess. Right, guys, so Meta is out. I'm just again waiting for the market to make either a rollover or a pullback. Bitcoin coin is still very weak. I'm just checking the Bitcoin here. Ugly. Bear flag. Broke 83,000 again. Nasty drop. Hi Leo. There are just no calls today. Only long-term options is being bought. Yeah, everyone is on the sidelines, Leo, I feel like. D King, TQQQ. Yes, I agree. Under the $67 level, 60, I would say under 66.95 or 90. We can try it. If the market cannot make this reversal here, it's going to be a new low, definitely. But the Apple is making a nice pullback. NVIDIA gave up completely. It's just, that's it. And seems like even the spine triple Q are getting back to the lows. AMD looks like now a breakdown too. Ugly. AMD, wow, nasty, nasty. Just get to the 2 minutes now. NVIDIA breaking the consolidation as well, traders. Amazing. How weak is this market? Except of Apple, which is making a nice comeback. Meta is down on the 630 level again. NVIDIA looks like another leg down, especially under this 112 level, in my opinion. That can be a nasty drop. Yes, and here comes TQQ. I did not call it the king, sorry. Now we are always agreeing in the entry, and that's it. We know we will take it, but TQQQ, I would take it for a 20-25 cents scalp now, and let's see whether it can continue if you took it, okay? Mara just broke the 1350 as well. Nice rick on the apple. Great timing. Here is the partial point for the TQQQD king if you took it, this 95. And the SPY triple Q, both of them are breaking down. Amazingly weak market again, traders. If I'm just checking how much the indices are down, SPY 1.77% again, and triple Q 1.54%. Crazy. 570 and 99. Oh, that's still $3 away. Thank you, Leo. The king, here is the partial point on the TQQQ if you took it. Nice call. Coin moving lower, Bitcoin moving lower, and VDA breaking down. Crazy. Even Meta touched my second partial point, but I had no guts to keep it, and I'm out of Microsoft officially. So one loser, but three winners. So I'm still in green for the day, especially thanks to the Octa, which was a very nice mover. No, the king. I forgot to put in my entry, but I liked it. Sometimes, I'm checking so many things and I forgot to put in my entry on time and I missed the trade. But this is the part of the game. So I forgot, unfortunately, to take it, but beautiful move to the downside and seems like it's still stretching. 66 would be my second partial point, well, like 66.05, 10, something like that. Nice. Happy for you. Thank you, Rick. Okay, nice on Mara call too. Who did call Mara? Charlie, I hope you took it. Great call. Here is the partial point, in my opinion. Coin is great. Still continues lower if you took it. And as I see, maybe second partial point TQQQ arrived. Also 488 on the triple Q and 572.60 on the SPY. Amazingly weak market traders. Again, a big bleeding day. Thanks to the tariffs news. Ugly. Tesla is down. Meta is down. And VDA gave up finally again. What a day again. What a day. And seems like even Apple is giving up at the end. Yes, Larissa, you're right. That was a nice reversal on the Tesla around this 267 level. I hope you took it. And in my opinion, traders, the market is just dropping for almost an hour now. And I think it's just getting a bit extended. Or so we could see yesterday as well that it was so much extended that could not stop. Maybe this is the same situation today as well, so be careful. Just a second, I will be back. Right, traders, I'm back. Sorry for that. I just got some more water. Okay, so far this market is a never-ending story again to the downside. Crazy. 2-1 on Tesla, Larissa. Beautiful. King, I hope you took your second partial on this TQQQ. It's just building a consolidation here. Overall market still looks very weak, in my opinion. Jim, hi. Me too. Thanks a lot. Okay, guys, so market new lows 488 on the triple Q, 570, 572-ish on the SPY, and seems like it still doesn't want to stop. Also, the triple Q touched the 200 EMA on the daily. SPY hasn't got yet. And then VDA again, very weak. VDA is down. How much it is down? Just check it. Hood, oof, almost 10%. Ouch. Tesla, 7.50. Ugly. So in this case, NVIDIA is not that bad. 2.70. Just kidding. Really weak market. Ugly, ugly. Okay, traders. So at the moment, I am flat. 3 winners, 1 loser. And this market still looks like a very much weak market. A red day so far. Microsoft tricked me with the VWAP reversal, unfortunately. SMCI, yeah, it's just, oh no, it's Mara. Sorry, I took it off my radar. Let me just check it. Sorry, Rick. SMCI is still holding. So what do you think? My entry is still valid on 37.20? Maybe. Microsoft still moving lower as I see. Raspi, which one? General Motors checking. Yes, maybe also I feel like the volume in the green candles, it's a bit too strong for a VWAP reversal, but I'm going to check it, okay? AMD on the lows, and VDA is pulling back a bit only. And overall market, in my opinion, it is extended, especially the triple Q because of the 200 EMA, but doesn't seem like it's just going to stop easily, this bleeding. Crazy. Wow. Wow, wow. I would not say I surprised on another red day because this trade war, you know exactly. I don't know whether you've been trading, by the way, when when sorry, Trump was on the first term, on his first term, the same just happened. Also, he focused with this trade war mostly on China, as you know. Now he's focusing on the whole world. So that's insane indeed. And my colleague from the tech team, yeah, he just told that my stream is in 360. Sorry for that, guys. Looks like it's something I just changed in the stream, but tomorrow I'm going to fix it for tomorrow. Sorry, traders. I cannot just fix it now, unfortunately, but for tomorrow I'm going to fix it. Okay, so market, quite of a long consolidation now. I'm just getting to my 2 minutes time frame now. It's just time for that for sure. Nice comeback on the GM. So it's definitely not a VWAP reversal so far. What a move on coin. By the way, the coin just filled a daily gap. So if the things are changing here, I mean the direction, like we can just watch it for a possible reversal here. Bottom reversals can play now, in my opinion. And I'm just thinking which one to take. You know what? I'm going to take PayPal 67 here. Yep. And yeah, definitely SMCI over 37.20. If you still like it, we can take it. SMCI. But for a bottom reversal, I actually like PayPal over 67. And if you find anything else, please just let me know. What a crazy dropping day again. Amazing. Microsoft reversing too. Here comes the SMCI. Where is 37.20, 37.50 should be the partial point around. Even NVIDIA is trying to make a reversal now. Apple still looks strong too. Nice push on the SMCI. Wondering whether PayPal can push back to this 67.50 level would be my first partial if we do enter at all. Okay, market. Nice try. Here comes my PayPal traders. Let's go for the 50 cents for the first partial. Nice reversal on the overall market. How about Okta? Actually, if the market is reversing traders, all of the big names can be a target for a bottom reversals. Even the coin, as I mentioned you. PayPal is in. 45 is going to be my partial point there. 75% of the share size is going to be out. Come on, PayPal. I like the volume in the green candles on the PayPal. Nice. 50 EMA is coming on the intraday chart for the triple Q and the SPY. AMD back to the VWAP, coin back to the VWAP. Apple is climbing back to the highs, and there was the first partial point on SMCI. PayPal has not reached it yet. Rick, did you take SMCI? Actually, 37, over 37 was a nice entry too. Should not have waited till 37.20 in my opinion. I was checking the news in the meantime. Mexico says it will retaliate, joining Canada and China. What a surprise, right? Dow drops 600 points. Nasdaq flirts with a correction territory as Trump's trade war escalates. Wow, that's a fact. $37 small, nice. Okay, as I told you before, this 37.50, I would definitely take a partial because this is the first risky level for both the SPY and the triple Q to take a reversal or a rollover. Okay, traders, PayPal is coming too. So it really needs to touch this VWAP for the first partial. And I must tell you, if the coin can make a pullback here, I'm going to watch it around these $200 levels again. Nice comeback on NVIDIA. Here is the partialing point on the SMCI too. And the overall market still continues higher. And the triple Q just touched the 490, 150 level, which is the VWAP. Canada's next leader said she will put 100% tariff on Tesla. Wow, level 2. Great not great news, but good info. Thank you. Maybe Tesla is going to be a rollover here under 266 in this case. Ugly news for the Tesla. Yeah, well, actually, Trump, I don't know whether Trump is ready for that big retaliation from the countries, but it's happening. Ugly, ugly, ugly. That was last night. Okay. Yeah, actually, I called Tesla to the short side today, but because of the news that the sales in China dropped nearly 50% in February compared to the last years of February. Chaos, yes, the king. This is describing what's going on this crazy world indeed. Okay, traders, SMCI is just touching the partialing point again. 37.46.50. I would take a partial if you still holding it. And I'm still holding this PayPal. Also, I really want this to see this 67.20 break now. If it's not going to break the 67.20, I'm going to be out 66.75. So only a half hour loss if it cannot make it higher. SPY triple Q still moving back. Now stopped a bit. SMCI just on time with the partial, and I would put my stop loss under 37. The last shares overall market might going to roll over here, traders, so watch out for the longs. Fortunately, my PayPal did not do this move, which I was expecting to do based on that nice green candles bottom reversal. My entry was a bit too late. This is my feeling. Entry could have been over 66.82 too. Just noticed this a bit later. Okay, market. So rollover or continuation higher also not not too many reason to continue higher unless the big guys are not going to step in for a deep buy. But as Leo just told, maybe this is still not the case based on the option market indeed. No one is buying options, only long term, which is not good. Okay, so let's see. NVIDIA on the VWAP. SPY triple Q pulling back a bit, not too much though. PayPal is still holding nicely, and Google is strong. Traders, if you are checking Google, that looks like that it's just really wants to continue. So we need the market for that to push it higher, in my opinion. SMCI out. That was just a scalp. PayPal is still holding. Market is still holding. If we are playing for a rollover, maybe TQQQ can be your play again under 66.95. Let's see. PayPal is still holding long consolidation now. Market, come on, decision, higher or lower again? Seems like it's going to get lower again. Let me just check Bitcoin in the meantime. Bitcoin, nice pullback after breaking 82,000, but this is still not enough, in my opinion. Unfortunately, my PayPal is making a reversal too. I'm still holding it though. It's just barely around the entry. AMD doesn't look good. NVIDIA is making a reversal too. Weak market again, rattled by tariffs news. Raspi on the triple Q or the TQQQ, no, under 66.95. I would not take it before. Google still building a bull flag in the meantime. Market still hesitating on that levels. Nice little move to the upside, but it still doesn't mean anything. So come on, market. Oh, this coin looks very tempting. Over 199 with a half share size only. I think this is going to be my last trade for today. Stop loss is under the consolidation low, which is 197 or 19, yeah, 197. So let's see whether the market can do anything here at all. I'm still not sure. Traders, PayPal is going to be out under 66 and 85. So with a very small loss. If it's not going to work, I'm going to give up. Oh, DVG, hi. DVG just called NVIDIA over 111.98. Yeah, this is the big question for us now, whether this market can continue this pullback. Everything is really weak today still, thanks to the tariffs news again and Trump.
Hey, Aggie, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Nice. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to go to the dentist this morning and going for you know how it goes, cleaning and all that other fun stuff. So appreciate
I
everybody
know.
being patient. I know Scott's out today, and Aggie, really appreciate you standing in for us as kind of last minute, right? For me getting this dentist appointment. Between a broken foot and some dental work. How about it?
Wow.
I'm gonna add to Nvidia here 112.50 if we get above it. I think we're gonna see a little bit of a rally, guys. Like, look, I'm going
Hopefully.
counter trend here, so I'm gonna definitely get paid, take partials because we're going counter trend. I do think we bounce a little bit, maybe try around that 495 on the Qs a bit. So I'm going to get long on the Qs and the SPY in the event that we bounce. That said, I'm not going to be overly bullish on markets in general, just because it's what we talked about yesterday. I think there's a lot to do with kind of this pump and dump mentality, right? We saw this big push on coin and Bitcoin, etc. And if you think about these big hedge funds, their goal is to kind of get people excited so they could dump their position if they know something's coming. And when you see news the way it has been, we see a little bit of the FOMO pump on Friday, get people to buy in as soon as Monday opened, and then they just dumped on us yesterday. So on the one hand, we were able to take advantage of that move to the downside using put options. For those of you guys who were able to join those put options, right? It was a great move. Conversely, though, you know, we tried to buy the dip yesterday. As soon as we saw it not work, we just got out of the way. So I encourage that kind of today, where maybe we see some additional buying behavior. I'm going to take a partial on NVIDIA here in a moment. But anyways, collectively, guys, be careful today. Be sure to pay yourself first. It's rule number one at the end of the day. Pay yourself first.
Yeah, not an easy day again. Actually, I had a hunch that Friday was just a dead cat bounce, and it seems like so far it was. But this trade war is just making everything much more complicated here for sure.
Yeah, I love you brought it up because, you know, there's four, you know, we'll say wars traditionally, right? There's the military war. We've talked about this now past few sessions, but military war, trade war, currency war, and then of course kind of this geopolitical war. And right now it seems like we have three of the four, and there's a new one. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not official, but I'm kind of contemplating it could be a new version of war, and it's a debt war, and it's a
Oh
new
yeah.
concept. but I think there's a difference between currency wars and debt wars, and I think we're in the midst of it now, where using debt as a weapon can be kind of an interesting tactic, right? Which you know I think is not beyond potential at this point, guys. I'm keeping an eye on coin as well.
Oh,
199 here.
definitely. Yeah, I've caught coin 199.10. I'm in, by the way. So coin just fill the gap on the daily, and the Bitcoin is a bit like extended, but this selling pressure is still not easing, as I see. Lots of fear everywhere.
Yeah, directionally down is definitely the favored move, right? Um, I'm also watching Tesla, which when you have a weak consumer, weak trade, more
Hmm.
tariffs, Tesla not likely to benefit from that. But 262 is a big level. So I was watching that this morning. I missed it because I was stuck in a dentist chair, but I do think 262 is an interesting level to watch. And then as far as the call options, if we get over 493.07 on the Qs, I'm going to double up my size. Also
Nice.
watching Amazon today. What do you think, Aggie? I know markets are really red at the moment, but what are your thoughts on just where we're at? I missed it, so I apologize if it's a repeat.
No, 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 no. Not at all. Well, I would say, that okay, trade war and tariffs just triggered this sell-off, and we were talking about more things here as well, like geopolitical tension, the big meeting between Zelensky and Trump over
Mm-hmm.
the weekend. So nothing is on a positive tone for sure. But indeed, I would say, you know what? We know about the tariffs, so it's not a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think, in my opinion, market was expecting Trump to say something like that yesterday, that, okay, guys, there is going to be tariffs, but only, I don't know, 10%, you know. So it has not happened. So it was a very big splash again for the market. Anyway, the sell-off started already, and rotation and VDA sell-off and so on. So I think it's just a simple panic on the
Yeah.
market. And the big guys has not stepped in yet for the deep buy. Now I'm expecting a small pullback, but I'm not sure we are not going to roll over again and ending on a new daily low.
Yeah, what it was also interesting too is we talked about, what was it, 2 Fridays ago, what a Wyckoff accumulation and Wyckoff distribution looks like. And I don't
Mm,
know if you remember that session or not, but the trouble I'm having is we are literally at kind of phase D of that. And typically, if you look at Wyckoff accumulations, they happen pretty shortly after a distribution. And the reason is just um, that accumulation is like, hey, we're going to push to levels where we know that there's liquidity, um,
mm,
test those levels of liquidity, and either break them or find the next level lower. Well, we had those levels at 514.92, and now we're in this level between 486.09 and 493.07. So if we get above 493.07, maybe we try to get back up to 502 maybe today.
yeah,
Um, Otherwise, if we stay down on this level, which again, I'm going to be quick on the draw to take these trades. Like if we start seeing the bottom fall out, I'm going to literally short everything because there's no reason to go against the trend right now. But there are certain levels that we're running into, i.e., Nvidia at 112, big level, 108, also another big level. Technically 110 is as well, but Tesla at 262, big level. Now, if those levels start to break, I'm going to short everything.
yeah, yeah.
Right?
Agree.
So, anyways.
Crazy times, crazy times. That's for sure. Yes, yes, Larissa. I'm just, now I'm in the YouTube room as well and here. So I'm talking to DVG. He's back from the dentist. We are just guessing what this market is up to.
Yeah,
But
if I'm slurring my words, it's because they had to numb my mouth. So,
okay, yeah, I'm still holding PayPal. but it's going to be around 60. It's my final pain on the PayPal, 66.60 or so. I feel like market looks like it's going to roll over again. So I'm going to end with a small green, but I'm happy for that. Still holding coin 2. Around 201, 202 would be my partial. Thank you,
267
Larissa.
Tesla watching.
See you soon. Okay, DVG, I think I'm just going to call it as a day because I'm going to start a
Okay.
meeting in like 8 minutes.
All
So I'm
right.
happy you are okay. Recover.
Well,
And
I appreciate
let's
you
see whether.
helping us out this morning, Aggie. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. You're very welcome. And see you tomorrow, guys.
That's good.
Okay, so take care. Be careful with this market. Looks like it's just still tricky. Big selling pressure, so don't fall for the trap.
Exactly.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Thanks, Aggie. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Look, for those of you guys, not to repeat, but just got back from the dentist. Appreciate the patience, y'all. Good news, teeth look good. That's a good thing. Bad news, they had to numb me up just a little bit. So if you guys hear me kind of, hopefully I don't bite on my tongue, literally, not figuratively. Look, right now, just keeping an eye on what these call options are doing on the Qs. Again, it's risky to go counter trend here, but if we're going to bounce, this is the area I want to see it bounce. If we start to fail this level, guys, we will switch gears and short everything. Luckily for us, we just took a partial on NVIDIA. Just got over a point. So it was a nice move to the upside. Excuse me. Meta, look, Miguel says, I miss my favorite Tesla and Meta. Definitely. Yeah. Meta is just, I mean, it's 680. I was wanting to short that thing. Now it's at 627. Are you kidding me? What a missed opportunity. Oh, well. This is why exactly on NVDA, right? We got the bounce. We saw some exuberance. We took a partial. And now look, it just sold off right back to our entry. So definitely a game of patience today. If coin gets above 198.80, I'll start a position there. 198.80, I'll watch it on coin. And the only reason is I want to see, like, I hate to say it, retail traders get stuck. Like, buy it up, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, and then we're going to see sellers step in. So the only reason for these call options is they move a little more drastically, but if they start moving in favor, I can really start to add and or roll to additional strike prices to take advantage of a bigger move. But make no mistake, again, markets are pushing lower. So have some, maybe a form of exposure there. Today, as far as news goes, we've got, well, that's already out. Fed Williams speaks at 2:20. that's kind of it. And then anything that might happen from now until then, maybe White House says something or who knows, right? Meta falling off a cliff. Wow. 625 might be interesting. Let's see what it does here. What's terrifying is that people are nibbling, like, say, for example, what I did on NVIDIA, right? You're seeing these nibble positions, and then orders of magnitude sellers is just dumping. So at what point do we see a little bit of a relief rally? Let's take advantage of it. But guys, make no mistake, there's no guarantees, right? We could definitely continue this move lower. All right. I'm going to nibble on Meta here. It's a risky one, but 625, 625.40. Small size just because it's moving around quite a bit. Okay, we're in Meta. Small size. If we start to move over like 626.80, I'll add a little decent chunk. Again, this is a tricky one right now. We're trading this, not investing in this. So if we get a bounce and we get to like 630 rather on Meta, I'm taking that money. I'm running away. I'm not trying to risk that. Risky business. Guys, what are we watching today? What else? I'm watching JPM. We shorted that yesterday. Unfortunately, I got out too early. I got out like 259. Look at it today at 247. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. All right, I'm going to add a little more to this meta trade. Let's see what happens. Again, 631, perfect target. I mean, technically that would be a nice, potential breakout, but I'm going to take 80% of the trade off right there. If we get there. Big if. Anybody take Meta? Look at this. Up 2 points. Let's go. See it pop. Watching NVIDIA here. I'm going to add again. So we took a partial at 113 and change. So actually, what did I get out of 113.01? Okay. I'm going to add to NVIDIA 112.32. And then again, if we get over 493 on the Qs with these call options, I'm going to load them up. Watching Tesla now too at 265, how it behaves. Not my favorite trade right now, to be honest. But I do like coin here. 199.10. Let's hit it. I'm going to join the same trade that Aggie's in. Okay, I'm in coin, small size, 199.10. Again, looking for a bounce, guys. So a few points, get my points back. And when I say bounce, I mean like get out of the trade, right? So watch the cues here. There we go. Say buyer imbalance. Let's see. Hopefully that doesn't get sold into, because if it does, we're going to tank. That's a big block showing up. Here we go. Meta, let's go. I just saw a nice bid. 631 is where I'm going to take some off. Guys, watch the cues here. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. Buy it up, baby. Again, 493, over 493, I'm going to load up on these call options. Coin, we should be on the verge of a breakout. So over this top here, what is that? Oh, that's 200. I suppose. I'm going to put 200.08. We'll do an ad on coin. And I'm looking for at least up to the close. So maybe somewhere 204.70-ish, give or take. Here comes Meta, guys. Taking a partial here in just a moment. Beautiful trade, guys. 5 points nearly. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Anybody take that trade? If you did, show us some love. Would you show us some love? That's gross on the cues. Really, really gross. We need to see a green candle. Otherwise, we're dumping. Oof. Oof. No bueno. Cues. What are you doing? Anybody looking at China markets? What are we talking about? BABA here. Keep an eye on BABA in the next few days. Maybe even PDD. Oof, that's gross. Cues. What are you doing? Really bad here on the Qs, guys. Qs are in trouble. Same with, well, I mean, my NVIDIA trade will be in trouble too in a moment. Had a big buyer step in and a seller just decided, yeah, I'll take that, and dumped. So that's not a good sign. Trying to be patient on these call options on the Qs, but I may dump them here. I don't like that it's giving up the zone here. I'm hoping maybe it just slowly cuts under and then turns around. If it continues this move lower, I can't trade out on spikes, but it was a good trade on Meta. We still have some left, but you know, I don't know if we get over 631, maybe I'll add a tiny chunk. Horseshoes and hand grenades, right? There we go. Come on, Qs. There we go. There we go. Now it's time to push. Let's get a bigger bar than that. Come on. Come on. Squeeze them. Squeeze them. We have so much shorts, guys. Like so many shorts. And majority of that is in retails. So when you see, like, for those of you guys wondering, pull up a VIX chart real quick. Granted, we're up at 25 right now, but for the longest time when we were trading kind of down, we were still down at like the 19, 17, like call it 19 to 20 level, which is, I wouldn't say completely imbalanced, but in my opinion, it's a little heavy to the downside from a VIX perspective. But I have a feeling, like I said, trade what you see, not what you feel. But I'm seeing some, we started off with a big seller imbalance, no surprise, at the open. Now we're seeing a bit of a buyer's imbalance. Now the trouble is like, how much of this is going to turn into dark pool transactions that we can't see? So that's what I'm kind of worried about. Like if we start seeing what the Qs are doing, I see 100, 150, 200,000 shares show up and then they evaporate. Like that tells me that there's a big seller willing to dump at the bid or the ask, either way. Just getting out of the position. So this could be risky. Like I want to see, if anything, I want to see Tesla try to 270 fail and then short it. Coin, I might have missed it when it got up to the close. 205 is where I wanted to potentially short it. But now I'm on the other end, like trying to ride it on the way back up to 205, and it may not happen. So if it doesn't work out, I'm happy to short this thing. VA getting completely bamboozled right now. Again, I'm not going to add to my my call options for the Qs until we get over 493.07. That's the big number. 267 is an interesting level right now for Tesla, but I'd rather see it at 262 and hold that support at 262 before I consider nibbling on that position. Rick, you're saying look at SMCI. Sorry, I just saw that. Let me see. Yeah, SMCI had so there was a all clear on employees. Once they reported the 10K, they were told like, hey, you can sell your shares if you want to. Well, there was a ton of people that did. A ton of people, employees specifically. And that happened yesterday. So definitely be careful on SMCI for sure. All right, really don't like this move now on the Qs. This is getting pretty ugly. Pretty ugly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. NVIDIA not looking good either right now. What's troubling too is we're coming into like the lunch hour, which predominantly not a ton of volume, right? Okay, I'll keep an eye on Tesla at 262. On the one hand, I want to short it, but I'm not going to yet. I want to see what it does at 262. If it holds it, we'll go for it. If it doesn't, then short it. Let's see. What's JPM doing? 247, 235 is kind of where I want it. Goldman Sachs. Oh, I missed that one. Wanted to short that literally 2 days ago. Oh well. I mean, more broadly, the entire market right now is red. Qs look like they're going to break down any second, and I will dump these call options. It's too bad. And now NVIDIA is also moving against. Here comes Tesla. Keep it on 262. Let's see what it does. It's a really gross move right now on the Qs, guys. Just be careful. Okay. Okay. I'm going to dump these call options on the Qs any moment. I think we're going to test the low of session. Yep. Here we go. Wait for this candle to close. If it moves any lower than that, I will dump it. That'll be a losing trade there for the call options here on the Qs, which is totally fine. Maybe we get a retest of the low and then bounce, but it'll give us a second chance to take that trade. I'm not going to try to hold on and prove that I'm right? Like, you don't do that. Don't do that. NVIDIA looking really gross now. Can Tesla hold 262? I don't know. Q's and SPY are now getting really heavy. Oof. Guys, I'm going to add to coin in a moment. Again, over 200. Whoa, look at this bounce now out of nowhere. Okay, 264. Guys, we just added a coin. 264.30, I'm going to add to the Tesla trade. We started a small nibble. I didn't get a chance to post. I was just watching it. So I hit a market order. I got a 262.82 fill. Goal was to get it around 262 on the dot, but I saw some price action nibble there. Didn't have a chance to post it, guys. Sorry for that. But over 264, and a half actually looks a little bit better for potential add. I need to see markets bounce, like a legitimate bounce, for me to get really bullish. And I say bullish like counter trend, take a scalp, but I want to see a little bit more aggression to the upside. Okay, added to Tesla, added to coin. Coin, I'm looking for, I don't know, 203. 203 would be ideal. And then Tesla, I don't know, would be amazing to see 269. I don't know if we're going to get that though. Realistic, if I get anything around 267, I'd be happy, but 269 would be the target. What's this? What is your time and your candles? 1 minute, 5 minutes. So, Michael, in the morning, I do 1 minute and then 5 minutes in the afternoon. Hopefully that helps. Someone asked me earlier too about mRNA. I still have it. I still have that position. I mean, I hate where it's at right now, to be honest, but I still have that as a swing. I think what I'm also starting to see is a little bit of manipulation about like, hey, let's talk about all the bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news. So everybody sells, 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 sells. And it gives an opportunity for companies to buy. And when you see what's happening globally around, you know, diseases, et cetera, kind of makes me scratch my head a little bit because there's only going to be a few games in town. You got Vertex, you got Moderna, you got Eli Lilly, you got a few others. Guys, Tesla getting ready to take a partial, okay? I am not going to be shy about taking partials in this market right now, especially going counter trend. Coin, though, I want to see a little more aggressive pop. Again, that 203 number would be amazing. Kind of what I'm looking for. And then Tesla, who knows? Maybe we see retail traders push it to 273, but I'm going to take money all the way up and we'll just let some runners go, okay? Just trying to be patient. It's not easy, though, in these counter trend markets like this. Okay. Here we go, 266. Looking for 267 to 268 on a first partial for Tesla. Come on, baby. Let's go, let's go. Trudeau's on the microphone right now. Interesting. Guys, here's the pop on Tesla. I'm going to take a partial here in a moment. Very close to it. Horseshoes and hand grenades, y'all. Still in the NVIDIA trade, still in the call options for the Qs. Really, really want to see the call options or the Qs push to 493 before I like add to that position. So we were, on the verge of dumping this damn thing. Coin getting ready to take a partial again. 203 is kind of target, so anything around there, I'm going to take some off. Here comes a partial on Tesla. Again, 267 is kind of ideal, but I'm not gonna sit and wait, guys. Just not gonna do it. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the Qs. Holy smokes, we might get it. Strong push coming. Let's go. Time to take the top off. Running into the VWAP on NVIDIA. Tesla's still a ways away. That's why we took a partial. I don't know, guys. Really need to see the Qs at least attempt 493 at this point. I mean, was it 497 we closed? Is that right? Down another 1.5%. Let's see. We do need to start looking at, we talked about this, I don't know, a few months ago, but just other countries. So China, Argentina, Germany, France, they all have their similar, we'll call it Fortune 500, Fortune 100. And it's important to just kind of note like what's happening there. We talked about dollar pairings for the last month or so. Just really got to keep an eye on things right now. Literally last chance on the Qs, guys. This is it. If we do not push higher, don't bother. Let's see. What's that doing? Gross. Toll Brothers in the ground. Amazon. Meanwhile, Apple's 0.5% green today. So let's look at TSM. TSM might be a fun one to buy today. 177 or 176. Let's wait for it to retrace here. Might get a cheaper price on it. Let's watch and see if we hold this 175.5 area on TSM. I'm going to watch it, put alert on it. That's not good. That is not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes to move higher, and then we are right back at this level again. 289.80. It needs to hold, but it's not holding on the Qs. How many of you guys think we're going to have a rally, a bullish rally? Or how many of you guys think that we're just going to continue to move lower throughout the rest of the afternoon? Do you guys think we get a relief rally? Jeff B, you think lower for the rest of the day or just at the end, by the end of the day? I think we try a bounce. Yeah, obviously that's what I'm that's what I'm trading for right now. But like all the indicators are showing down, right? 200 EMA, we're below it. VWAP below it. Everything right now is aiming lower. That said, we're running into big levels. 573.05 is the level I have marked on the SPY, for example. We've literally tried it twice. We've dipped just under it 2 times and have bounced. Now that's the level I'm watching. So basically, call it even the low of session. If we break the low of session on SPY, then yeah, I'm going to be shorting everything. That said, looking at the Qs, it's kind of similar. We're putting in technically a higher low right now, right? We just put in a higher low at the previous, bounce. If you're watching a 1-minute chart, we're seeing names like NVIDIA trying to hold this 112 level. I know 112 and 110 are 2 big levels. After that, it's 108 and then 104. So there's some math, right? The gap gets bigger the lower we go. So, and we're seeing like Tesla trying to hold the 262 level, right? So again, I totally agree in the sense, Jeff, that if we start breaking these levels to the downside, yeah, we're going to completely tank because there's a difference between like a Wyckoff distribution and then like a legitimate panic sell-off. And the reality is like markets are still near all-time highs. So it's kind of tough to say like, oh, this is completely bearish. Like, no, it's a downtrend for sure. But where do we see a little bit of defense? The fact that we cracked SPY under 600 like it wasn't even there, and then Qs under 500 like it wasn't there. there's a lot of money sitting there. So let's see if any of those levels get defended, even in the slightest. So maybe we see more selling, and then towards the end of the day, I think maybe we see a snap up higher. Let's see. If I short, we'll have a rally higher, Rick. I think fakes higher but stays low. Jeff, yep, okay. Just got done with his news conference on tariffs. Mark, yep. I'm listening on him. Yeah, he's what was it he said? You're really smart, but this is really stupid, basically. Not so many words. So I would say, Jeff, yeah, I'm with you on that. I think fakes higher, exactly, and then we stay low. That's kind of what I'm thinking. The question is like, do we push to 494? Do we push to the close? I don't know yet, but when I look in the after hours on the Qs, well, how much do we? So we bounced a little over 1% from yesterday's low, and in the after hours, and then we literally have gone almost the exact same distance below. So if you mark the low of yesterday, make that kind of your target for a rally. Oops. I shouldn't even call it a rally. It's literally just trying to defend the level if we get there. Let's see. 493.60 basically is kind of where ideally we would see a bounce to. Ideally, no guarantees. Okay. Starting to lose my patience a bit. Coming up on 11:30. Normally I'm out of here by now, so let's Tesla, exactly. All right, TSM. I'm gonna watch it here. 175.40 is kind of where I'd like to see it stabilize. If it stabilizes around here, I'm more than happy to nibble to a long position. I want to see what happens with some of the news today. The big news, guys, is Friday. Friday is get ready, keep some powder dry for Friday, because Friday we're going to see some more volatility than we're even seeing at the moment, believe it or not. Cue the disclaimer. SPY getting heavier. Qs are now getting heavier as well. Needs to start bouncing, guys. If bulls even stand a chance, right? We technically put in a higher low off the bottom here, but now we just put in a lower high. So does this begin a subtle relief rally, or is this the nail in the coffin for the bulls, and we all enjoy some hamburgers this afternoon, right? If I'm seeing this, I promise you, smart money's definitely seeing this. So they know what they're up against right now. All right. And that's why we take partials on Tesla, guys. I'm still in the position, but I mean, I can afford a little bit of moving around, but yeah, picking up 3.5 points. I'll take it. All right, the Qs, I'm going to probably dump these call options. If we break this low on the left here, 488.60, which it looks like we're going to probably do here in a moment, I unfortunately will have to take that loss, which will hurt. But if we continue to hold here and move higher, great. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. Technically, we should have waited for a bounce and a confirmation, which arguably would happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But we tried to get in early in the event that we saw a spot rally. But I don't like the idea of buying the dip, but I'm doing exactly that right now because we're running into levels. Normally, I'd want to short these levels because if they crack, they will go quick. You know what I mean? But the trouble is like, again, Nvidia at 112, there's like billions of dollars sitting at that level. Billions. Now, if we start seeing that level crack like we saw earlier today, I mean, what happened? We saw pre-market. What happens? They bought it straight up to 115, sold it right back down to that 110 level and found buyers. So it doesn't mean they're always going to find buyers, but Meta's now breaking, so we'll dump the rest of that position. Tesla right around my entry. No worries, no worries. Okay, the Qs, I'm going to probably have to fold this call option. It's getting expensive. Okay, watching TSM now. 175.40-ish is where I want to nibble if we bounce here, if we bounce. Oh, the Qs are gross. Wow. Not Tesla and Nvidia rolling over. Let's play some games now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play some real games now. 2.50. All right. Here come the games. It's gross. I know. Shakeout to breakout. Ladies and gents, you watching this? You seeing this? A little game of patience. A little game of patience, because you could tell, like, I'm seeing all these buyer-seller imbalances move and flop all over the place, and then in one candle, bam, you jump up 1.5 points. So now we're going to wait for follow-through. If the follow-through is down, the bears won today. Okay? So there's your igniter candle. Does this become a spring to start an accumulation, Wyckoff accumulation, which means if we get a spring, you get an auto rally back to a key level, which will be right around 504.60. And it doesn't have to happen today, but 504.60 becomes your next level of auto rally. Yeah, you heard that right. But we still got to get over 493, then over 496.92, then we got to get over 500 before we even attempt that. So it doesn't have to happen in a day, but because of the volatility in these markets, I wouldn't be surprised if, we get a push to 495, maybe even to the close on the Qs. Yeah, Michael, exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like, scalping is key if you're not comfortable with the moves, or sizing, right? So take smaller sizes. It's totally fine to have, if you're normally trading, let's just say 100 shares, to take 20, 40, 50. Because these swings are going to be big. And if you really, I mean, I'm anticipating Friday to be just nuts. Because the big thing is GDP, no bueno, right? That's why, like, everyone's talking about tariffs. Guys, our GDP was awful. Like, negative. Guys, we're in TSM. I didn't realize it would have actually fill. That's pretty cool. I wasn't even watching that. Put it out for 175.45, guys. TSM 175.45. I just put it out there. It's a nibble, so I mean, I'll probably add in a moment, but I want to see. Actually, I kind of like it here. Let's see if it pulls back to like 176.15 ish. 176.20. Actually, right here. Yeah, that's good. So I just got it. 176.27. I had an ad on TSM. Okay. I want to see a mild rally. That's all I'm looking for right now. And that mild rally is basically a push over 493, maybe even test the high of session today. So right around 495 on the Qs. And then dump. I could care less. Right? Like, that's where I'm looking to like make my money, we'll say today. And if we continue, obviously, as we know, you take partials, you let the rest run, and see what happens. But Tesla, brutal. I mean, down what, 7%? Yikes. Eli Lilly is down, AMD is down. Oops. Here we go. Come on, guys. You can't go to lunch yet. What are you doing? Tesla to 268. I'll put them up for sale at 268.50 for another chunk. Most of that position's already off. We took 80% off when we got that that bounce up to 266 and change. So I'll put them up for sale, call it 268.5, and then I'll let the rest run. If we do run. Guys, watch TSM. 177, I'll have another ad, and then if we get over the VWAP, I'll probably do a full-size ad. I want to see that thing run up to 180 at least. What level was that? 262.08 on Tesla. All right, guys, let's see. You're going to lunch, Scott V? All right, man. I was talking more about the institution guys. They're like going to lunch, but I want to see them put in some buy orders before they head out. They do. They'll create momentum that'll build, prop up certain sectors because we're going to see rotation, guys. When you see every single sector move down like we're seeing today, and we've seen in the last couple of days, obviously heavily weighted towards, I'd say kind of this growth / AI name type trade. I mean, we're going to see some rotation. Now, the idea is you see some consolidation, right? Like, say, for example, we're seeing, let's say, NVIDIA maybe gets propped up to 115, maybe it's to 117, whatever, right? It finds a consolidated level, Tesla maybe to 275, 280, I don't know, right? But the idea is that you find a balance of fundamentals. So think of your PEG ratios, think of all that fun stuff that we talk about, PE ratios, right? If you don't know that stuff, look it up, understand fundamentals and do your research because it's going to matter here very soon. But fundamentally, like that rally should happen, but then we'll see rotation into other sectors, and what sector that is next, I don't know. But keep in mind, we have this week, it's all about retail. It's all about retail this week, right? Guys, watch the cues here. Come on. Come on. Look at NVIDIA now. We'll take some off NVIDIA in just a moment. Let's see if we get a continuation over this previous high here, which is 113.30. If it does, we should get a little push. We should at least close the gap, maybe up to 114. If so, I will happily take more off of the NVIDIA trade. There it is. There's the push. Push, push, push. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Watching Tesla. Again, have some more for sale up at 268.50. And then I'll let the rest run. If we get up to 270, hallelujah, right? That'd be amazing. Really need to see a strong push on the Qs though, aka push above 492, which is the 200 EMA. Really need to see that push. Here comes a push on NVIDIA, guys. We should see it move higher. If we get rejected here, big trouble. Guys, TSM getting ready to have an ad here. Anybody in the TSM trade with me? Scott V, just a nice grilled cheese, right on, man. I love this group. You guys are great. Guys, if you're shorting anything, be very careful right now. Be very careful. This candle right here is like a teaser. I would not be surprised if the next candle or two become an igniter to the upside or the downside. This is a very, very dangerous candle right now on the Qs. Very, very dangerous. Where do we close on this candle if it's up near the high? Here goes the squeeze, guys. Be careful. If you're short right now, be very, very careful. Need to see the Qs push over 492. Guys, I took some off of NVIDIA. I'm about to take some more off of Tesla potentially, unless we push above 267, like now. Needs to happen right now on this candle. Come on, bulls. What are you doing? Push. Guys, look at Baba now. Hitting the bid at 128. Tesla should break out now. There goes Tesla. Come on, baby. Push. 267 would be great, but we already have them up for sale. 268.50. Guys, here's the push. Again, be careful if you're short here. Maybe trim up. It's always okay to add if it starts moving back down, but this is a strong push here. Watch NVIDIA now. TSM. Guys, we're full-size TSM now. Let's go. I'm looking for 179 and change at least. Would be amazing. Heck, 179 on the dot would be amazing. Guys, there goes Tesla. Boom. Anybody in the Tesla trade with me? Let's go. I'm going to take a little bit off here. Maybe a little early. We'll wait. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And I hate to just keep focusing on these same exact stocks, you know, but if they're moving, guys, I'm not afraid to use them, right? And especially with the Qs and the SPY, right now, that's a little bit of a safer, you know, if you're going to take a trade, it's almost safer to trade the SPY or the Qs because they're a little bit more weighted, right? Versus just finding a growth name like let's say a Meta or an NVIDIA or whatever. You got to be willing to take partials, even if they are early. So just be mindful of that, right? Cue the disclaimer, right? It's not financial advice. It's your money. Do what you want with it. But fundamentally, guys, like these types of markets are super volatile, and there's huge opportunity as traders, not so much as an investor, right? Investors right now are freaking out. You know, do we buy more? Do we sell more? Right? The beauty of being a trader is you look for this price action, take advantage of the move, get a point or two or three or four or five, and get out of the way, right? Now I say get out of the way. Obviously, if you're in a position and say, for example, you know, yesterday we had put options, and I'm glad we had two left. Okay. We took partials all the way, but we had 2 left. And those 2, I bought them at $1.75. You guys remember? I sold them at like $9. Now, granted, if I held them till today, they would be worth more, but I, sold them for $9. Nearly, 6 times, right? Like it doesn't happen all the time to get a move like that. Guys, we should see a pop here on the Qs. Be careful. Running right into the VWAP. Let's see if we get a push over 492. If we do over 493, I'm going to add to these call options. We still have them. We were finally green on them. Geez, it took forever. If they turn red again, I'll probably dump some. But guys, TSM looking great. Anybody in the TSM trade? If you are, might even add some more. Here come the Qs. Let's go, let's go. Push, push, push. Push, push, push. All right, that looks good. There goes the Qs, guys. NVDA is in the house. I'm going to take a little more off of NVDA, guys. We'll let the rest run. Beautiful move here now. We are cooking with gas. Ladies and gentlemen, we are up $5,900 in, when did I get here? What, like 30 minutes maybe? Come on, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. What a great trader this guy. He is phenomenal, actually. A great guy, we call him. A great guy. Anybody take advantage of any of those trades? If you did, show us some love. Hit us a thumbs up. If you're out there on YouTube, seriously consider joining us. Why? Because we've got a freaking awesome group of traders sharing their thoughts, watching markets, sharing news, sharing updates, looking at different strategies. Guys, it doesn't get better here. Like in the 44 trading room, this is where we got a good group here. So if you're on the fence, hey, why would I join when I could, get 30-second delay for free? Guys, it's being able to take advantage of A, the moves, B, the knowledge capital, right? And then C, like we're planning on at some point making it obviously more exclusive to be part of the room. So we'll continue to share content on YouTube, but it'll be usually kind of post the day after the trades, et cetera, to kind of get an idea and feel for what it is that we're doing here in the room. Fundamentally, guys, we're trying to grow this community. It really isn't that much. If you're on the fence, like, hey, how much is it? How much is it? Why should I do it? Guys, it's $144 a month, okay? That's what it is. It's $144 a month. Like, if you took one of these trades, you probably made more than that, right? So it ain't about just getting trades that are posted, et cetera. That's part of it. But if you're new to trading, guys, we're helping, do what we can to like teach, kind of looking at charts, et cetera, to make you a better trader, to help you with the psychology of trading, so on and so forth. But more importantly, you get a community of people that are like-minded, that understand what it is to be a trader. Like when you tell friends, family that work a regular 9 to 5, hey man, I just made $6,000 today, right? They look at you like you're crazy. And if so, then they look at you more importantly, like, hey, you got all that money, let me get some, right? And that's not how it works, right? This is a business. So when you make a $6,000 day, right, it goes right back into your business, giving you the opportunity to trade more, to find new opportunities, to take advantage of that, right? So guys, people in this room understand that. And they also understand that it's not easy. There's days, guys, when you're just over the moon, happy, celebrating, right? And there's other days you're like, man, I don't know how much longer I could do this. It's just stressful. But guys, here's the good news. When you join a community of like-minded individuals, the drive and the motivation stays there, okay? And ultimately, we can't be here without growing this community. Scott, myself, Aggie, Clifton, right? We're making a pretty significant investment. Guys, here's the good news. We are growing and we're excited. And we are so grateful for those of you that are already members of the community. In fact, I'm trying to find a way to make that special, that by a certain date, we're going to call it, the legacy crew, or I don't know, like find a name for the founders, right? We'll say the founders group, for those of you guys that have been there from day one with us. But look, we appreciate y'all, but we need to grow a community. So shout out to you guys on the YouTube or even Instagram, Facebook, wherever you may be. If you're thinking about joining, come join us. All right, let's see. Jeff B, you say the best trading room. I've joined a few, and this one's the best. Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate that, man. Let me ask, if you don't mind, what makes it the best in your opinion? Be curious to know that. Guys, TSM should rip here. Looking for where I plan to take a partial on TSM. It's going to be right here at 178.37 area. So I want to get over 178. So I don't know, 178.20, something like that. I'll probably trim up. It'll be a market order. So, guys, Tesla, we finally got filled. 268.50. Can you believe it? Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant. Guys, I'm going to take some off of the call options on the Qs, okay? Here's the good news. If we get over 493, I'm going to add some more, okay? But I'm going to take some off right now in the event that we give up on this VWAP. Right now, it looks great. It looks like we should push higher, okay? But I'm going to take some off here. And in the event we get over 493.07, big level for me mentally, and actually marked it as a key level at some point. This is definitely months ago. For this exact reason. If we start to pull back, I don't want to get caught in the backdraft, okay? Let's see. Michael P says, 5 years from old days with Mayor. You recall your interview. Oh yeah, Michael. Okay, cool, man. You remember the first time I jumped on the mic? Yeah, man, it was a while ago though, right? So you've been here for a minute. You've seen the changes, etc. I'm kind of curious sometimes too, Michael. Maybe DM me, or if it's positive, obviously share it here with the community. Matter of fact, share it with the community. What are your thoughts on kind of where we're at now versus where it was 5 years ago? You got to see the changes. I'd be curious to know about that as well. Jeff B, you guys focus on industry stocks that have lots of volume and not the pump and dump stocks that empty your account. Okay, cool. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, look, a lot of times, look, and this is kind of where you guys know, I'm trying to get better at the videos, trying to get better. Everything takes time, right? In a perfect world, if time and money were infinite, right, things would be different. Guys, getting ready to add on the Qs here. I like this push. TSM, getting ready to take a partial. Beautiful move now on the Qs, setting the stage for a dominant move to the upside. If we get over 493.07, I will add to these call options, okay? Guys, we are up massive today. Huge. Huge. What a huge move it is. Let's see. I was a little nervous for sure, Michael. Yeah. Hey, look, man, when you're around a bunch of like-minded individual peers, like, yeah, it can be nerve-wracking, right? And I think if I recall at the time, I'm almost certain of it, I had the regular 9 to 5 at the time. You know what I mean? So let's see. Right on, Jeff and Michael. Yeah, appreciate you guys sharing that, man. Seriously. We're going to do it, guys. We're going to do it. We're going to have 300 members in this community by the end of the year. We're going to do it. I get it. I've had some asks. I know there's asks for like more content and videos and stuff. And I'm more than happy to do it, guys. I guess the big thing is it's a question of, if I were to do something like that, like, is it well received? One. Two, the time investment, like, say, for example, is it make more sense for me to kind of do what I'm doing now, which is, investigate stocks, look at news, read, whether it's an annual report or different information subsets to help the community, or create more content. You know what I mean? So that's kind of I'd say the rub at the moment. DG, what made you feel that Qs would be pushing up? Any indicators or what you watched? Sanal, you always have the good questions. Levels. So if you look left, obviously you got to pull take a chart. In fact, am I not sharing my screen? I don't think I am. I just realized, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not sharing my screen at all. You guys are watching the news. How about it? I'm going to hold, who am I holding account? Michael, you should have let me know, man. No, that's totally on me, guys. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get this thing up and running. Give me one moment. Shoot. You know what, guys? I'm going to have to jump here in a minute. All right, guys, give me just a moment. I got a call coming in. Give me a sec, okay? Can you guys hear me? My screen ready to share. Give me one moment, please. Where is that? There it is. Okay, that looks right. That looks right. Okay, you guys let me know if you could see my screen in just a moment. There we go. Y'all can see that? Yes, no, maybe so. Yes. All right, cool. So back to, let's see, Sanal, you had a question. And the question was, what made you feel the cues would be pushing up any indicators or what you watched? Okay. Technical oscillations. We'll start with that. But let's start here. Pre-market. So this was yesterday. Ignore some of these levels. If you want to mark these levels, feel free to go ahead. But these are levels where this was previously an area where we saw support. Now it's going to likely become resistance. Okay. So we've kept finding support. Notice the bounce, notice the bounce, notice the bounce. Once we broke, it became a ceiling. So it used to be a floor, bounce, bounce, nope, failed. Oh, now it's a ceiling, retested, failed, right? Notice over here, same thing, ceiling, ceiling, ceiling. Once we got through, push higher, right? Once we got into that level, buy, support, support, support. Every time we've crashed through this level, it has been dramatic every single time, okay? So you asked the question, what made me think I was going to bounce? Well, we saw the bounce right here. See that yesterday's low? Boom, right here, bouncing to the close. We saw the same thing happen the day before. Friday, bounce into the close. Look how significant of a bounce that is, though. 2% bounce in like what, 30 minutes, 20 minutes? Really, the big bulk of it was in the last like 10 minutes. I think it was like a, yeah, full percent moved higher. Okay. So we know when you see levels like this happen, that's a sweep. Okay. That's what it's called. Basically, it's a liquidity sweep. You're trying to push buy certain levels, push to certain levels, liquidity sweep. Okay. I'm sure there's like even more of a technical name for it, right? Cue the disclaimer. But by the way, does this help, guys? If you guys see a stock that's moving or something, let me know. But I'm just going to walk through this real quick for Sanal's sake. Note the EMAs, right? It looks like a lot of noise. I get it, but just bear with me here. Notice you broke the level here. We gave up, failed. We bounced into the close. Okay. So what do when you have something like that happen? Well, you measure the bottom of today, right, to the top of the pre-market, right there. See that purple line that's already there? Notice these levels are already marked. You see that? See where 50% is right here, this blue box. And notice this purple line. It's very subtle. You probably can't see it. It's not thick enough, but I have it on there. So you see that? So that was already marked up. Once I saw the bottom of the day, really what you want to do typically in pre-market every single day, and you can do this in the first 15 minutes if you want to, but there's a name for it called OBR. But anyway, guys, look at BABA. I called that. Oh man, that sucks. Over 128, be up a point and a half. But you usually want to mark the high and the low of pre-market so that you know your range. So let's just use this as an example. I'm going to go here. I don't know, pick a color, yellow, sure. So it's brighter. But you usually want to have that kind of marked up. So you know pre-market where your high and low are. And then once you break that low, which we saw today, well, short the market. Boop. Well, I wasn't here. I was getting my teeth cleaned. We rally. How about that? It became a ceiling. We rejected. We pushed lower. Once we got above that, right, which coincides with 493.07 is a level that I have from a previous markup on my charts, like from like, you know, looking at all this stuff, not just this one day. But I'm really doing this live, right? So if you look at this level, which is your low pre-market, Notice this candle. We got right up to there, rejected, came back up. But once we finally broke through it, 50% retrace from the low of the session to the high of the pre-market puts you right at this 493. 58 is your low of yesterday, right? How about it? There's confluence there. So seeing a bounce to that level is healthy for technical stuff. Now the question is, do we see a move off of here up higher to this level, the high of pre-market, or do we see a rejection and a consolidation near the lows, which then means we break down to the downside and continue this move that's been pretty vicious in the last couple of trading sessions? So hopefully that answers your question, but it's really more from a technical perspective. And then, of course, if you look at order flow, all the stuff that we saw in here, there was a huge sell side imbalance right as we opened. I was able to see that before they, started working on my teeth. But it's no surprise, right? Like we saw this massive sell. Look at all these green candles. This is a 5-minute candle, by the way. All selling. Then we see people, basically closing their short positions, right in here towards the close. And we see additional selling. See massive order flow to the downside. We see that. We're trying to protect the low of pre-market. We broke it. Now you know where your sell block is, which is right down here. Okay. So if you start pushing even in this area right down here, where's my sure, why not? Okay. This is danger zone. A lot of people are going to try to buy here. If we get this low, there's a good chance it's time to short. Okay, like realistically, you could nibble at the VWAP, cue the disclaimer, right? But if you were biased to the downside, you could start maybe nibbling here at the VWAP, and then your rejection or your stop loss would be right over the high of this candle right here. But just note, look at these levels. So the yellow, low of pre-market, yellow here, high of pre-market, right? Right when we touch that, we're bouncing. It's just above the VWAP. How about that, huh? This is all just technical. So hopefully that makes sense. Now it's worth noting, right? Like all the news that we've heard or seen recently, it's not good. GDP data, terrible. Retail data, we're going to get more information about that this week. In fact, let me see who else is reporting this week. What's today? Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So CrowdStrike reports after the close, Nordstrom, Credo, whatever, Ross, Box, ChargePoint, maybe. That'd be interesting. But Wednesday, we've got Abercrombie & Fitch, Foot Locker. We have, let's see, after the close, Rigetti, which is, as you guys know, one of Amir's favorite. They report after the close tomorrow, along with Marvell, Zscaler, MongoDB, which, guys, keep an eye on these names in the IGV. For those of you guys who don't know what that is, there's the IWM. You guys have heard of that, right? IGV is the mid-cap version of that, okay? Little less volatile, but definitely at the moment could be pretty volatile. Names like Mongo, Zscaler, they reside in here. I'm actually curious what's Palo Alto doing. Gross. Yikes. Oof. Big selling. Okay. Lending Tree is also after the close. Then we have Cracker Barrel, Kroger, BJ's, Costco, JD, Macy's, and Broadcom. As you guys know, one of my favorite names in the semis, AVGO, they report this week. So yeah, be on the lookout, guys. You can't see it on the chart. What is the time zone? Should be New York. Yeah. Sorry, Mike, I just saw your comment. Scott V. Yeah, okay. So you mark the levels with 5-minute candles and make the entries at 1 minute. No, I'm just showing this because so you get a bigger view. Like realistically, if you guys are not doing this before, you should be. Okay, at a minimum, and we've done this multiple times, guys. Always start with a bigger time frame. Always. So I don't care if you start with a week, a month, A year is not really as relevant unless you're doing like massive swing trade, more investments, right? But I say at least a day. Okay. So at least check your dailies. At least. Why? Because then you can figure out your average trading range. You can figure out what it looks like overall collectively. You can actually look at your levels, look how it's matching up to your moving averages, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Then you dial it back. So let's just say you find 5 names. Okay. And we'll use AVGO as one of them, right? Okay, good news. Bouncing off the 200, awesome. Gave up the anchored VWAP from the highs. That's not good. Gave up the 55, the 12, the 22, all aiming lower. No bueno. That's not good, right? And then if you look at the sector, then you derive a narrative of what you want to do from a planning perspective. Realistically, I would want to buy in around this 200 EMA, which if you look at it, it bounced perfectly. Now, if we give up that level, 168 maybe, right? And that's just on the daily. Now, granted, that if I'm trying to swing trade this, this level I think makes way more sense to look at dailies, right? But because we trade, I mean, heck, I'll make 3, 4, 5 points in 2 minutes and be happy and along my way. But you definitely want to start here. This is at least what I do. Go down to 4 hours. Now it kind of tells a different story. If you guys remember, our Wyckoff distribution was very obvious on the 4 hour. Do you guys remember that? If you do, great. If you don't, look at 2 Fridays ago. Okay, go look at the link to that on the YouTube. Rewatch it. I think it's maybe hour 4 into the session, something like that. It's a good watch if you're not familiar with Wyckoff distributions, but I mean, we kind of nailed it. So then from 4 hour, right, then you go to 15, then you go to 5, then you know what I mean? Then you get down to 1. So when I'm looking at a 1 minute chart, I'm looking at these levels wide. Like some people watch it like by the second. I'm not that serious about it, but I do watch order flow by the second. So whether that's level 2 or you're looking at a footprint, whatever it is that you're into, right? Like you should be watching that. Okay. Sorry, Michael, can you see my screen? You're asking questions. Or is that an old question? Maybe. I don't know. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. But the big thing is you got to know pre-market. Like a lot of people don't like to look at pre-market. So you end up with like a gap. So you'll see literally like a close here and then like a move higher. And I get it. People have different styles. I love to see what happens in here, especially on names that trade volume, right? Like what's Apple doing? Like, yeah, you get some of these little islands. Like you can't really chart this area, but the levels matter, right? Like someone was pushing this to 240 and someone was pushing it down to 236. So you have a 4-point move on a stock that normally moves 2 to 3 points. But pre-market, you had a 4-point move. So that tells me, okay, volatility is going to be pretty high in this name in the coming days. And you feel like this massive sell-off, right? Like I would measure from here to here and figure out, oh, there's confluence between that and the anchored VWAP from its all-time highs. How about that? Well, look what we're doing exactly. Bounce, 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 right off the anchored VWAP, which coincides to that 50% move from low to high. Make sense? This is all just technical analysis. This is not fundamentals. This is not macro, right? Like you'd want to look at what's happening in the space collectively. Like right now, Apple's probably one of the stronger names along with Google. And I like Google. I think it's got a real good chance to continue to move higher. Like I should have been buying this actually down here because I even like it here at 172. I really think it's an undervalued company right now, personally. But yeah, shucks. I should have been buying it today. I tried to buy it yesterday and then we tanked and rolled over and got out. But I don't mind it here. So I may swing trade a small position in Google, just longer term. Anyway, does that make sense at all? And actually, to all the rest of you guys, does that make sense? Is that like how you guys are doing it? Does that help? Good, bad, and different, doesn't matter. But, you know, I get mixed reviews sometimes on like, hey, is that helpful or not? Like, hey, you know, DVG, shut up. Tell us, you know, look at the trade, look at markets. By the way, Google looks great. Side note. I will probably nibble a very small size for a swing trade. Right here. That's fine. Okay. All right, we got a swing trade on Google now. Also keep an eye, I would say, on oil. This looks very interesting, this 153 area for CVX. You guys know Chevron, probably one of my favorite names, along with LNG, Cheniere Energy. This, I think, is going to be a big winner in the next coming months. I think if anything happens with Greenland, check the box. Anything that happens with Russia, check the box. Now, does it push lower to give us another buying opportunity? I don't know. But I'm feeling good about some of these names in the energy space for more of a longer term, mid to long term hold. So we shall see what that looks like, I think, kind of moving forward. And if you guys have questions about that, feel free to send me a note on why LNG versus CVX versus, even like Equinor. Don't mind that company that much. Pretty good company. Bloom Energy, I think, has got a great, if you're into like less expensive stocks, $22. Good stock, great company. Love this company, actually. Love what they're trying to do. Love the story. Anyway, I think it'll make sense. Cool. All right. Let's keep an eye on some of the names that are reporting this week. So AVGO is one of them, right? I'm going to keep an eye on TSM. We, managed to take a partial here, and I'm not unhappy with the move on TSM. Right? It was a great move, push to the upside. Do we get 180 plus? I don't know. Be awesome. But if we're looking at the Qs, notice the levels that we talked about from this morning. Let me get rid of this right there. So let's go here to, there we go, which coincides with the close from yesterday. Isn't that funny how that works though? You guys see that? When you have the low, this is basically Fibonacci's. If you guys don't know how to use Fibonacci's, that's a whole nother class, we'll say. And I don't think you guys want to hear about that. But if you look at yesterday's low and then you do a 50% retrace from the bottom of the day and the top of pre-market, so low to high, look at that 50% retrace. So like if 50% retraces are a good thing. So like if you're ever trying to measure, let's say for example, all right, well, here's from here to here. What does that look like? Great. Well, let me make that my 50% mark, right? Which is here. If I'm trying to short the market, this would be my take profit target in a perfect world. Okay. Now the flip side is also true. If you were bullish, you would want to see that be your retrace. Well, magically, guess where that's at? In that magical level right there. Do you see that? Isn't it funny how that works? There's all technical stuff. So if you're trading just pure technicals, that would be where your ideal target is, right around this 505. Because we just did it to the downside, right? So if you missed it, what you'd want to do is you got your bottom from yesterday, top pre-market, right? Measured so that this is at your 50%. Boom. There's your 50%. Look where we ended up at the low of the day today. If I could get this to do that right. So perfect world, this is what you would want to see if you were shorting the market. And look at, almost to the dot. Now, if you really want to get into Fibonacci sequences, we could do all that stuff, but that's a whole nother animal. But this is like, if oversimplification, the same way that people are like, oh, look, let me just draw a line. And that means that, it's going to respect that level. Like, no, it doesn't. Like, you got to understand market mechanics. And right now, technically, we should now try to push to the close. 497. Like, we're above this level now. We're above the session low. So we should see at least a push to market high, session high for the day, which is what, 496.32. If we get around there, we're probably going to at least try to close the gap. And then we'll probably see some selling. Cue the disclaimer, right? But let's just say we start doing this. And then we see a failed breakout. Then expect something like that. Okay? No guarantees, but again, overall sentiment, no bueno. But you want to see a violent push like we're seeing now, higher up, okay? And then if we carry on and push all the way, then we should, 505 is going to be where we're going to end up, more than likely, if bulls step up. But if we see this start to fail, aka right around here, that wasn't, by accident. But again, if you mark up your charts and you look at the pre-market high session, okay, we get right above it, we start seeing some rejection, and then we reject down to the close and we do not find support. Yeah, be on the lookout. All right. Hope that helps. But right now we are buying the dip. Me, of all people. I don't like buying the dip. But we bought the dip and we let it rip and we are making some big bucks now. Guys, my call options are worth $4.35. You guys want to know what I paid for them? $2. Okay, so at 257, so 245, 244 is where I started. 257 added 260. Yeah, pretty awesome. And they're now worth 413, 416. No complaints. No complaints. And even if I did, no one cares. No one wants to listen to that nonsense. NVIDIA absolutely shredding. By the way, guys, do you prefer the big chart or are you cool with me sharing 4 charts like this? I prefer this look because I can keep an eye on multiple names. Guys, look at Baba though. Wow. Dell looking great, even though their earnings just got punched. Guys, look at Baba go now. Did anybody take Baba? Sonal, yep, cool. Miguel makes sense. Cool. I do 4. I don't know what that means. Paul is speaking in enigmatic crypto or cryptic sentences, man. It's all good, man. All right, let's see. Guys, Baba absolutely shredding. Wow, wow, wow. TSM, guys, we already took our partial, so there's kind of risk is behind us. I may take a little bit more off, but at this point, I really want to see a 180 print on TSM. Beautiful trade, guys. Coin, same story. Same story on coin. How many of you guys bought the dip today, which, again, normally I'd be opposed to, but this was I'd say, relatively low-risk scenario to buy the dip, given that we knew where our stops were going to be, session low, right? Now the key is, where do you take your profits? Well, if you're not paying yourself along the way, you're violating rule number 1, which is what? Pay yourself first, right? So now, as an example, for those of you guys, maybe you're new to trading or you've been trading forever. Listen, I'm trying to get better at, like say, for example, on the Qs, I knew 493.07, key level that I was going to wait for. We got through that level. I actually held this time. Now, the rest, I'm letting it run. Let it print. Let it grow, right? So if it gets up near session highs, I'll take a little bit more off, right? And if it continues to push, well, great. Then I'll take a little more off then. And the key is, at some point, you can add. You can always add more to your trade later and just move up your dollar cost, which is not terrible. Jeff, you bought the dips. Cool, man. Just be careful because this dips, I don't think the dip buying is going to last forever, right? There has to be, look at, hold on. The big thing is, look, so Friday, with GDP being terrible, okay, people are now going to, I think for the rest of the week, we should see at least people trying to buy into Friday. I don't know where the stop is going to be on the upward move or this, little mini bounce rally, whatever you want to call it. Because Friday is a big deal, guys. Friday is a really, really big deal. Literally, like, they could turn around and say, hey, we're gonna cut rates. If what happened, like, my biggest fear is the following: if they raise rates or keep them the same for longer, stagflation is a reality, guys. So there's, again, by design, monetary policy and fiscal policy are separate by design, right? Checks and balances. The trouble is now with the new administration, they're basically saying, Fed, you better cut rates, period. End of discussion. And matter of fact, globally, cut rates. Everybody cut rates. Make money free, cheap. So if you guys remember, I mentioned the fifth, I think, new evolving method of war. Again, trade war, been around forever. Military war, it's been around forever. I think when you hear the word war, it's probably the one most people are familiar with. Currency wars, right? We've seen that in many nations. Guys, TSM, we finally got the 180 print. I'm going to take a little bit off here and let the rest grow. NVIDIA is literally breaking out, guys. Literally breaking out. I'm actually going to add to this NVIDIA trade. We own it so cheap. Why not? I am up 5 points on NVIDIA, guys. Let's add a little bit more. I'm going to add some on the Qs here. If we pop over the session highs, I want to see it kind of, get some resistance like it is now on the Qs. We'll add to the call options if we get above that, guys. If you remember, we took a partial and then we added over 493.07. So we are making some fat stacks right now on this Qs option play. Let's take some off here in just a moment. And then if we get over, like I said, that session high, I'll add a few extra. BA looks great, guys. If you're looking for a potential stock to move to the upside here, beautiful move to the VWAP here. Let's see if it continues that leg higher. Let's look around again. Google swing trade looking great. Let's see if we could get a little bit more. Jeff B, do you mind if can Clifton steal that from you? For those of you guys wondering what it is Jeff is saying, he said the trading room's monthly cost is $144. My profits today, $6,720.91. Let's just say it's worth it. Listen, there's no guarantee. Cue the disclaimer. This is merely opinions, right? This is literally not financial advice. But Jeff, you've been crushing it lately, right? I mean, I think in the last month you've made, a nice chunk of change. I think you've posted a few times, right? Some big days like that, right? $71,000 in the month of February. Was it because of this room or your trades, or help me understand that? Break it down for me. Maybe we'll have you on. Would you be open to that, Jeff? Kind of share your story. Were you doing YOLO trades? Like, help me understand that if you can. Don't worry, take your time on typing it up. So, Jeff, I know you're probably typing up. When you're done with that, maybe you could comment. If you're cool with us using that quote, Clifton, are you out there? If you are, do you mind grabbing that from him? I trade a few of my own stocks, but I definitely follow your trade. Are you saying me or Scott or just the room in general? Jeff. Both you and Scott. Cool, man. Right on. Yes, you can use the post. All right, cool. Clifton, would you mind grabbing that from Jeff, if you don't mind? Cool. Started following Scott back and training it. Cool, man. Right on. So you've been on a while too. A great addition. Cool. I appreciate that, Jeff. Thanks, man. Yeah, you guys know, who was it? Someone said like, "Hey, you worry too much" or whatever. But look, man, um, I want to clarify for all of you guys. Look, Jeff, as an example, absolutely love that you're crushing it. You're making tons of money. That's amazing, right? That said, part of the reason I did this is a passion for me is to teach people, and it doesn't really like, look, I don't need to go through my whole story per se, but it matters to me that what they teach you in schools these days is not financial literacy. And it doesn't matter how old you are. You could be 15, 18, 55. It doesn't matter. Like how we were brought up for the most part, different generations was, hey, work a job 40 years and retire and off you go, right off in the distance, enjoy a couple cruises, some vacations, whatever. Those days have changed, right? Because education is more prevalent. And I say education meaning like it's not about the trades necessarily anymore. I think there is going to be a comeback in that space, which I'm excited to see and hear about, because I think learning to weld and learning how to do woodwork and things like that are super important skills. But I think fundamentally, like what they don't teach you in school is stuff like, hey, how do you use leverage? How to understand markets? How to understand relationships? How do what are capital markets? What is trade? How do currencies work? Like all the stuff that we talk about, for example, on this channel, they don't talk about it in school. Now, am I saying that you should come here to get education? No, but you might learn a thing or two, which is cool. But for me, it's really about like, how do I share the knowledge that took me years of, frankly, understanding that the hard way, right? Through whether it was starting my own business, whether it was failing at my own business, whether it was, uh, trading markets, trading, bonds, options, whatever. My goal is to kind of share that financial literacy with the world, or as many people as possible, at least a community of folks like you guys that are willing to listen and maybe learn a thing or two, but also be able to take advantage of it. Right. So like, again, a lot of these, there's a lot of folks on YouTube that are like, oh, let me explain how a chart works and this and that. And I'm gonna draw a line. It's like it feels like almost basic geometry that they're using, but I'm like, look, that's cool. That works when you're like level 1, right? Your goal in this game is to be like level 10,000. And so think of that as almost like a video game, right? Like there's missions to accomplish over time, whether it's in trades, whether it's understanding, the Wyckoff distribution. I don't know how many of you guys took advantage of that. Guys, I made a ton of money doing that from that one. I looked at the setup, I looked at the hedge, I hedged accordingly. We made a ton of money on that move. Okay. A ton of money. And I'm not here to tell you what to do with your guys' money, but I saw setup. I took advantage of the setup. I got literally a note like validation the very next day. We talked about it and was able to take full advantage of it. I mean, maybe I missed the bottom by whatever, but I mean, I took 80% of the ride down. I'll take that all day, right? So, anyways, um, yeah, Michael, what about you? I'm 70, by the way. You're 58 years old, Jeff. Cool, man. School, they teach you how to be a hard worker, not an investor. Yeah, that's true too, Mike, Miguel. Again, it does, type of school matters as well, right? Like there's a reason there's Ivy League schools and um, things of that nature as well. But look, at the end of the day, I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy in the world in this business. I'm not. Okay, like I'm learning, like many of you, every single day. Okay, um, but it's like it's become a passion of mine that, like, on the off chance, like you, Jeff, right? You made enough money. That's like more money than most people make in a year. You made it in a month. Now, I don't want to take credit for that. You did that. It's not me. You did that. And so what I find amazing though is that, like, where else can you do that? Now the flip side is also true. Unfortunately, I've heard stories of people like blowing up their accounts, and guess what? There's two ways of looking at it. One is, uh, if you treat this as a hobby, hey, it's fun for that. Casinos are kind of the same vibe, right? You go in, throw $200 on a blackjack table, and see what happens, right? The markets could be exactly the same. You could take 20 grand and flush it in a heartbeat in this business for sure. But if you take the time to learn, you take the time to understand the type of trader you are, the psychology that's associated to traders, understanding fear and greed as literally a commodity. Well, magically you can become a more empowered or powerful trader. And that's the goal of this business. The goal of this business is on the off chance, yeah, you might get some huge, huge, colossal wins. Maybe you'll take on some huge, colossal losses. What I always say is you can't control how much money you make in markets, but you can control how much money you lose. So if you think about that, you can control how much money you lose, but you can't control how much money you make. Well, here's the good news. There's an old saying, let your winners run and cut your losers quick, right? The problem with that is sometimes you cut your losers quick, you might get a shakeout breakout. We saw that today in the Qs, right? I was watching that. I'm like, look, I know where my stake in the ground is. I didn't like the position. I was like, look, if we see a massive spring, right, AKA a bounce off the bottom, maybe I'll add to this position on the move higher. And we got it. Now, granted, not every day is like this, but guys, the goal is you only have to be right 51 to 52% of the time in this business. The key is when you're wrong, accept it and move forward. Find your next trade. Anyway, I will get off my soapbox. But look, I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Can't do it without the community, right? We're trying to grow this community. I say that because, frankly, like, ideally, it would be amazing to leverage this community to do amazing things, not only for the community, but to literally like make it take more of my time, if that makes sense. Like, I'd rather spend more time with you guys. The trouble is, like, we got to make enough money to pay the bills, we'll say. And I've got a couple other things I'm working on at the moment as well. Guys, look at coin. I'm going to take a partial on coin. Anyways, let's see. Miguel, yep. Jeff B, just as a reference, I had 2 red days in February. All other days were green days. Amazing, Jeff. Look, listen, man. Let me ask you a question. Are you journaling your trades? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, cool. Do you take notes and review your trades at the end of every day, or do you just go chalk it up a win or loss? It's okay. Be honest. I won't pick on you too much. You mostly look at your loss days. Okay. Okay. I'd highly recommend, keep an eye on the winning days as well. I spent some time with one of our traders here. He's a phenomenal trader. Also journals, etc. I'm going to double back with him and see how he's been doing. But um, trying to take some time to mentor a couple people. 3 is kind of like the magic number for me, at least, because I want to make sure I set aside enough time. If that makes sense, reach out to me or Clifton, set something up around that. But look, guys, at the end of the day, it goes back to what I was mentioning before. Scott and I would love to be able to grow this community big enough. So frankly, it becomes a core part of, frankly, like, like many of you guys, you have homes, vehicles, this, that, like, right now, this is a cost, which is totally fine. That's part of growing a business. You know what I mean? But we're trying to get that and grow this channel, and we can't do it without you guys. So anyway, I'll shut up about that for now. Guys, market's looking fantastic. What else? What do we guys have on at the moment? Jeff, you got to run. Cool. See you tomorrow. Right on. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it is 12:40. I gotta take off too, guys. I've spent a lot of time with y'all this morning, but hopefully you're able to take advantage of some of this move, guys. We have a few call options left on the Qs. I'm letting those run. We've paid ourselves all the way up. I've trimmed up on pretty much every single position, including this Nvidia trade that's just absolutely crushed it on this meta trade, or sorry, Nvidia trade. TSM looked great. I'm gonna probably pull off majority of this so I have zero risk and I can go enjoy the rest of my day. We'll leave some of these options on, but guys, massive day today. Massive day. I appreciate y'all, each and every one of you. I will be back tomorrow morning at the open Until then, if you guys have questions, you know where to find me. Keep crushing it. You guys have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.